Ready to start. IT people, are you ready to start? Yes, thank you. Mr. Fansel, did I swear you in yesterday?
Yes. You did.
Oh, yes. Okay. Good morning. It's taking some time. I'm saying good morning to you, Mr. Fansel.
Say that again, Jay.
Maybe you don't recognize me today. I'm still the same man who was here before. except that I've no beard today. Maybe that's the confusion. Mr. Fansel, you have 30 minutes. And unfortunately, we don't seem to have a statement from you or an affidavit that would guide us.
Mr. Chair, let me just interject. What Mr. Fansel will cover is what was covered in Mr. Khoza's affidavit on remuneration. In fact, he played a big role in assisting Mr. Khoza with gathering the necessary information.
Yes, no, I do understand. It's just that well, that's the aspect that you are going to be addressing.
Yes, the remuneration of players, yes.
Yes, okay, all right.
Thanks, Mr. Fansel, for making yourself available. Can I just confirm with you, have you had regard to Edward Khoza's statement that was delivered to the Commission?
I did.
And from paragraphs 7 of that affidavit, right till about paragraph 68, he dealt with remuneration. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you assist in gathering the necessary information in order to instruct my team to assist in preparing the statement?
I did.
Thank you. Mr. Fansel, as I understand it, CSA's remuneration methodology has evolved over the years, and you have been instrumentally involved in that evolution. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
How has the policy evolved? And I think this was dealt with in paragraph 8.2 to 8.4 of Mr. Khoza's statement.
Correct, yes. The remuneration policy, or the remuneration that we used, the policy that we used, we inherited the category system, which was, we had initially A and a B and a C category. It eventually evolved into an A plus and a B plus as well. But the categories were put in place to sort of rank, in a way, players according to their performance, their skill in the different formats, as well as the experience that they brought to the team. But we must also remember, and I think Mr. Breedske alluded to that in the MOU, that we have a PPP, which is the player payment pool, and we have a very specific allocation per annum for national contracts. And so national contracts were then determined in these categories by the factors that I've said. But what we've learned over time is that the pattern was very rigid. It had no agility. So what would happen, you would become, in the A plus category, you could have just a certain number of players due to the fact that allocation would be depleted if you have more of those type of players in an A plus and an A and so on. And this over time has created a problem for us, in the sense that new players coming in and performing well could not easily move into the various categories because of the rigidity of the categories. And that sort of forced us to look at a different way of contracting.
And when did you start re-looking at the way of contracting?
We started in around 2014 when we started negotiating the new MOU 14 between Cricket South Africa and SACA. And we looked at various models around the world, and we saw the model of Australia, New Zealand, which was based on a ranking system, which really took the three formats and ranked players in each of those formats, again against the same similar type of criteria, but now the selectors would go and rank them in each format. We would wait the
Sorry, you broke up there, but Mr. Van Zyl, can I just ask you to repeat that?
And we accumulate. So what we would have done is the selectors would rank players in each format according to the same criteria as performance, experience. We added then the other criteria of transformation of the transformation imperatives of South Africa, Cricket South Africa. And the selectors would then sit and rank those players in each format from 1 to 25. And then they would then weight the various formats based on the FTP, based on the ICC events that might come up. And those weightings and the points would then be added up. And that would then give us eventually a list of players from 1 to 25, and we would then take the top 16 of those. I must add, though, the National Selection Panel would then also use its discretion to look at that. Once the 16 has been determined through that methodology, they would then look at, is the balance right? Are we also complying in terms of our EPG targets? They then have the discretion to then change the players in the top 16 based on whether the balance was right or whether the transformation objectives was met.
Please remind us what the EPG targets are.
The EPG targets is CSA targets that the Imminent Personage Group has asked Cricket South Africa to put forward on an annual basis. So we need to comply to those EPG targets as well.
Is the EPG appointed by the Minister?
Indeed so, sir.
Okay. You then also commented that transformation imperatives also play a role in the determination of the rankings. And you deal, or it's set out in paragraph 33.4 of Mr. Khoza's affidavit. Can you just elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, so in paragraph 53.4 of the Khoza's affidavit, we are already now referring to the new ranking system that has been developed. So just to come back, Mr. Chair, we realized that even this ranking system that we just introduced, there is still a measure of subjectivity to it. Although the National Selection Panel sat together and they then put a list of players together, there was still a measure of subjectivity. And we wanted to eradicate that subjectivity to the best way we could. We wanted to make it as objective as possible. So we brought an actuary in to assist us in doing that. And so in this new ranking system, which is more objective, we also built in what we call a weighting in terms of the transformation imperatives of Cricket South Africa. So to give you an example of how it works, when we get on the performance side, you get a white player and a black player at a similar score. The black player would then have an extra weighting, and that black player would therefore, because of that weighting, go above the white player. So that is how we built that transformation imperatives within the within the ranking system. We've even gone as far as saying a Black African player would have a little higher weighting, a Black African batter, because of our imperative to grow and develop Black African batters in the system, would all weighting, and that weighting would then come through in the overall ranking.
Then, Mr. Van Zyl, in paragraph 38 of Mr. Khoza's affidavit, we set out the components of a player's total remuneration. Please take us through that.
Yes, Chair. The player remuneration is based on 4 elements. 3 of those are directly paid by Cricket South Africa, which is your fixed income, it's your retainer that a player receives, and that is based on the ranking system that I've just explained. The second piece of the player remuneration is what we call a variable income, and that is based on very much on selection. So if you do play, you receive match fees, and I think Mr. Breedske in his testimony also referred to the match fees. But those match fees are paid by Cricket South Africa as determined by the MOU. Further, variable income for them would be prize monies or series wins. That would be shared equally amongst the players that partook in a series or in an event. And then we also have that all national contracted players, that when they do play for their provinces, they also get as determined within our MOU. So that would make up the variable income. Then there's a third piece, which is the benefits that the national contracted players get. That would include things like Provident Fund, medical aid, and then all the other benefits, like they could take families over for a certain period of time, and that's paid for. And then there's the last component of the player remuneration, which is comes from the SACA trusts, and Andrew and Mr. Breedske have spoken about that, but that does not come from Cricket South Africa.
Currently, how many contracted players does CSA have? It's been dealt with in paragraph 40 of Mr. Khoza's affidavit.
We have 16 contracted players currently.
And what is the demographic profile of those players?
We've got 8 white contracted cricketers and 8 black contracted cricketers, of which 4 are Black African.
Okay. Then you set out some stats in paragraph 41 in relation to season 2020 and 2021, and then 2021 and 2022. Can you please take us through that?
Yeah, the stats is really how the new ranking system that really takes our performance, experience, but it speaks to transformation objectives, as I've explained earlier, and the result of that is that we have seen more Black African players in the top echelons of the ranking system. I mean, the first year that we've actually done that, there was an immediate shift, and 2 Black African players were in the top 3. And now in 2021, we've had Black ranked in number 2, Black African cricketer in top 5 ranked at number 2. And you can also see we've had Black African cricketers in the top 5 in 21-22. We must understand that because of this ranking system, there's also this possibility of players moving up and down in a ranking system, because it looks at performance over the 2-year period, and because of that, there's that agility, flexibility in the system.
Mr. Van Zyl, one of the allegations leveled during these hearings is that there is discrimination between payments to white players and black players. Your comment on that?
I don't believe that to be true. For me would be.
Mr. Van Zyl, your response to this very question is extremely important. So you have been breaking. You'll have to repeat it.
Okay. All right. Please, Mr. Chair, if I break again, please stop me again, sir.
Okay.
I agree this is very important. I think that in terms of discrimination, I really do believe that that is not the case. When discrimination, when you have players with similar skills and similar performance, and you are just being what's the right word, biased towards a white player as an example. If I'm a white coach, I see that as this in the contracting system. TSA, what we do is we monitor the contracts every year as they come in, as the members contract. We monitor those, we look at those type of things, we look at the trends to see whether they are discrimination. We would take that up with members if we were to see that. And I think that has also alluded to the fact that they've done a very comprehensive analysis over the years of the contracting. Because I'm looking at contracting at not just at national contract level, but also contracting at provincial level.
Mr. Van Zyl, another issue that was raised during the hearings is the payment of match fees for the reserve players, for want of a better word, the 12, 13, 14 to 15 members. That is dealt with in paragraph 47 of Mr. Khoza's affidavit. Can you please take us through that?
So the match fees, and I think Mr. Breedsko also alluded to that in his testimony, the match fees has historically been 12-man for the duties that the 12-man used to do would be paid 50% of a match fee. But over time, and it's just how it works in a team environment, is that you have more than you've got 14 people as an example in the team, or when we are in South Africa, you have 13 people in a team, so you'll have number 12 and number 13 assisting with the 12-man duties. So that 50% would have been split between 12 and 13. When you go on tours and you take more players, you can imagine that value then gets diluted because the more people need to share. And I think due to Mr. Pangiso going to management and saying that felt that was unfair, that was taken aboard. And the principle of having a 50% match fee for the 12 men, if I could call it that rather, was then applied. So there was an additional match fee added so that they could still have a 50% if they were to share the 12-man duties.
And then you deal with the bonuses in paragraph 48. How are those bonuses shared by the players?
All series win bonuses and prize monies are shared equally by the players in the squad.
Okay, there's daily tour allowances that are paid. Is that the same amount, or is there a distinction? And if so, what distinction is there in regard to the payment of daily allowances?
There's no distinction whatsoever in daily allowances. All of those other benefits are exactly the same for people on tour.
All right.
Sorry, Mr. Van Zyl, I just wanted you to repeat again what the reason is that all players on tour can't get equal match fees. What is the reasoning behind that? So the match fees are paid for playing in a match, and then a 12-man would normally, when I played very long time ago, when I was 12 and I didn't even get anything for, you had to be in the 11 playing to get anything. But over time, it was felt that those touring and helping and assisting the team, and that was how they got to a 50% of the match fee. But that was meant for that 12-man. But as I said, you end up having more than 12 people on a tour, and everybody assists on a tour. That's just how it happened. And then that 50% was shared by
those sharing the, but they felt that at least they needed to get that 50%, which was meant to be for a 12-man, and that's how an extra match fees were added to, so that they at least get a 50% of the original match fees. But your question, I suppose, I'm asking is, why aren't they getting also getting the same match fee? And the reason is just purely because they didn't play in that match.
Yeah. No, I understand that, because I remember Mr. Pangiso just raising the fact that, you know, all 15 players had all made like similar sacrifices, and of course, selection obviously isn't in their control. So I know he was advocating for all players, the 12th to the 15th man, get the same match fees as those who are playing. So I know, so I just want to know, like, whether is that something that would ever be a possibility, where all players who are all on tour get equal match fees?
I can't say it's not possible, but you always would like to know that you would want. I understand that the player says that he hasn't got the selection is not in his control. So, but we also still need to want players to be wanting to be in that 11. And I think that's probably why there's still this need to play only for the 11. There's certainly pride in that 11.
Thank you, Mr. Van Zyl.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, and given that we're running out of time, I'm not going into the details set out in paragraph 51, but it sets out some useful information which demonstrates that there's no discrimination regarding black and white players as far as remuneration is concerned. Is there any questions on that issue?
Would you need attachments for that to prove that?
The annexures, I didn't even have the annexures yesterday. But they were made available, were they not?
Yes.
No, they've got annexures for paragraph 51. They were there for 51.
They are annexures, but whether they are on annexures, I'm not sure. But they were annexures already.
Yeah, I'm blinded as far as that is concerned, because I don't have the annexures.
I'm not sure there were annexures specifically in relation to remuneration.
Okay.
Then,
Would that be, can that be provided to the Ombuds?
when you say,
I mean, in terms of paragraph 51, just for us to have proof of those averments that there's no discrimination between in pay for black and white players. So
would you want then the names of the black players in the categories and the names of the white players in the categories?
Yes.
I'm sure we can arrange that, correct?
Provide that, sir.
Okay. Then there's just two other issues I want to canvass very quickly with you. Mr. Chabalala spoke glowingly about the impact you had on his career, despite the fact that he had various other struggles with members of the Free State Cricket Union, which was a union that you were associated with previously, correct?
Correct.
What did you do to have such a positive influence on Mr. Chabalala?
I think for me, in my coaching philosophy and my life philosophy is about making sure that people feel that they belong in an environment. I had experiences where I did not feel like I belonged, and I wanted to make sure that every player in my team felt he belonged. And the only way that people could feel that they belong is if you took care of them, if you made sure that their preparation was exactly the
Sorry, you're breaking up again, Mr. Van Zyl. If I can ask you to repeat that, please.
Yeah.
Mr. Van Zyl, you just broke up. Can I just ask you to repeat?
Sorry, yeah. I'm hoping that you can now. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know where so I have to start over, but I'm just saying that my coaching philosophy and my life philosophy when I manage as a general manager is that when people are on my team, I feel that they need to belong. I want to belong when I'm on a team. I need equally my team members to feel that they belong. So therefore, I would approach them in their preparation, in the way I handle with them, the way I would have wanted to be handled. And I hope that I did that with everyone I experienced in my coaching career. I do not have control over what people say, but when somebody like Thandi says that, it shows that what I have done and what I try to achieve in creating an environment where people belong and safe, that they could either talk about things and be honest about it, then I'm happy that has happened.
Mr. Van Zyl, you raised the interesting point about people coming forward and talking about issues. And we've heard from some of the witnesses during these hearings that there are a number of people that have faced challenges but don't have the courage to come and talk, particularly when they are still contracted and within the system. We've also heard from Mr. Koza that anonymous surveys after each tour had been introduced, and he was hoping that that would address some of those issues. Were you involved in considering the responses to those surveys?
Yes, sir, I was. As general manager of cricket, I would be in charge with the team manager to put these surveys out, put the questions together, and then get the information back from these surveys, and then deal that with the team manager.
Were issues?
I would like to say, can I add a point on that, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, can I just add? So what I just wanted to say is, when I sat there yesterday listening to what the chair said about some of the players currently not coming forward and understandably worried about retribution and just being victimized. I feel that because if that is the way they feel, they're also not going to fill these surveys in very honestly. I think we need our system.
Sorry, Mr. Van Zyl, we've just lost you again. You mentioned that if they feel. Sorry, Mr. Van Zyl, we had lost you after you mentioned if they feel that way, they may not be filling the surveys out as you would like. Maybe just continue from there.
Yeah, I think we need the honesty and the forthrightness to come. Otherwise, we can't correct the system. But we also need to have people that create environments where people feel safe enough that they can come out and say things so that the system becomes better. If I think that is something Cricket South Africa needs to work on, is making sure that we have safe environments where people can honestly give feedback and feel that they are not going to be victimized.
Mr. Van Zyl, did the responses to the surveys give rise to issues that were corrected?
Yes, there were issues, and some of the common issues that came over a number of the tours were mostly with regards to communication, whether it's communication after being left out or not communicated, why I'm not playing. That type of communication was one of the biggest things that came up after tours. There were also the odd occasion where environment was discussed. We would then take that forward and discuss that with management,
we have as an example then
Sorry, Mr. Van Zyl, again, you've broken up. You were starting with your example.
my example was that, you know, on communication on selection as an example, we changed the national selection policy where we've amended this national selection policy to include certain protocols in terms of communication, so that that type of thing is in. The other thing, like in environment, we would go back to Dr. Musaji, who was the team manager at that time, and they would then look at, you know, addressing things again in a new camp or within the team before they go to the next tour.
Thank you, Mr. Van Zyl. That's all the questions I have for you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Van Zyl. I've got just one question. Where you were mentioned directly by a player. A certain Mr. Mthandeki Chabalala. Do you know him?
Mr. Tani Chabalala? Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, there is an affidavit where he specifically mentioned you in paragraph 12 thereof. I'll just read it.
Yes, sir.
It was in relation to franchise cricket. He says franchise cricket was introduced in 2004. Mr. Corey Van Zyl approached me and told me that competition was stiff in the betting aspect of the game in the Free State Eagles. Corey told me that it was not advisable for me to play as batsman, as there were very experienced batsmen in the team at that time. He would give me a chance to try bowling, and after observing my bowling, a space for me in the team, I suppose, would be created for me in the team. Mr. Kosi Fender, who was an off-spin bowler for the Free State, was still retiring, and Corey saw this as an opportunity for me to establish myself. I took this opportunity with both hands. So it's both a compliment and a criticism. As I understand it, he is trying to balance this. Can you talk to this? Firstly, whether you recall this episode with Mr. Chabalala, where you debated, you know, the whole question of black people being scarce as batsmen. And that is something that I was noticing as we went on in the hearings, and I kept on commenting. There seems to be, for a period, there was a scarcity of batsmen, and that it appeared that black, especially Africans, were channeled in the direction of being bowlers, or opportunities only existed where they would be bowlers.
Yeah, Mr. Ombud, I understand exactly what you are asking here, but in terms of Thandi, I saw a cricketer that wanted to get far in cricket. I mean, Thandi ended up playing for South Africa, and he ended up playing for South Africa as an off-spin bowler. Thandi was a very capable batter. But at that time, as Thandi has said, I have said to him at that time, there was no opportunities in the top order for Thandi. But I believed, having seen Thandi and the skill he had as an off-spin bowler, I thought that he could bring an all-round ability to the team. And I worked hard with Thandi, both to get his spin right, but at the same time also to make him a batter. that could make him a true all-rounder. So in terms of not giving him an opportunity up front, I think that's what you are asking up front as a batter in the first place. I don't know if that is what you are inferring here, sir, but I just felt that I wanted Tandi Chabalala in the team because of what he brought, and that was a way to get him into as an all-rounder off spinner.
Mr.
And he
Chair,
would have an opportunity to work himself down the batting order if he, like I did when he performed, and he did perform, and we did also recognize that. But so what is said there is true.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, just can I say that I did not read that as a criticism at all. With somebody as having played cricket, I think what Tandi was suggesting there was that he would not have made the team at the time as a batter because the Free State had a significant amount of experienced batters at the time. But somebody like Mr. Van Zyl took interest in his development, and by virtue of that interest, Mr. Van Zyl said to him, the space at the moment in the team is for a spin bowler because the spin bowler is retiring soon. And he knew that Tandi had the ability to excel at spin bowling.
Mr. Musaji, reserve that for argument.
Okay.
If you feel it's an issue.
That's fine, I will do that.
I need to release Mr. Fonseca. Thank you very much, Mr. Fonseca. Even though there was a conspiracy against us by the platforms and we couldn't hear some of the aspects, but when you repeated them, you gave us an idea of where you were coming from. Thank you very much. You are excused, and we will adjourn for the next witness, and the next witness is Mr. Politsi Museki, who was ready yesterday, suit and all.
5 minutes for you to come down.
Yeah, can we just adjourn for 5 minutes? That will take us to 10 to 10:50, yes.
Yeah.
My neighbor. Are you going to take an oath or are you going to affirm?
I will affirm, sir.
Well, now, Mr. Pleti Isaac or Isaac
Isaac.
Musoki.
I'm showing my age, eh?
Yes. Do you affirm
Yes.
that the evidence that you are going to give here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? And if that is so, please raise your right hand and say, I so affirm.
I so affirm.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Musa, yeah, your witness?
Thank you. Mr. Museki, I have in front of me a statement that was signed by you on the 20th of September 2021. Do you remember the statement that you signed?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Do you confirm that the contents of the statement is true and correct?
I do confirm.
Thank you. Who are you currently employed by?
Cricket South Africa.
In what capacity?
I'm currently the acting CEO, but my substantive position is the CFO, Chief Financial Officer.
Did you join Cricket South Africa as Chief Financial Officer?
Yes.
When
yes.
was that?
In July 2019.
When did you become the acting or interim Chief Executive Officer?
In December 2020.
Okay. Mr. Museki, unfortunately, because of time constraints, we're not going to be in a position to go through your affidavit in its entirety, but I'm going to go through aspects of your affidavit just in order to deal with certain important issues. In paragraph 5 of your affidavit, you deal with the approach that CSA is taking to these hearings and why you, as part of management at CSA, is making this submission. So can you please take us through that?
Yes, I can. Maybe just before I start. Chair, when the hearing started, as CSA, we did issue a statement. Basically, within the statement, I did highlight that we as CSA welcome this opportunity as a time of reflection for the company. And furthermore, I did highlight that we do hope that this process will help us as an organization to chart a new and transformed future for cricket in South Africa. And the cricket in South Africa was quite important because we understood that it might be a CSA initiative, but it actually impacted the whole cricket environment in South Africa. Since then, I mean, there's been multiple heartbreaking stories that have come out of these hearings. And, it is something that myself and my colleagues have taken to heart. By us appearing at these hearings, we do not want by any means to question or justify anyone's lived experience. So we are not here to do that. Why? The reason we are basically appearing in front of you is to provide, when necessary, factual information to enable you, sir, to be able to compile a meaningful report that obviously will not only assist CSA, but will also benefit cricket in our country. So having said that, I am appearing instead of the board per se, precisely because this report will be submitted to the board by yourself, And it should be remember that our board is still relatively new. They only started in June. So we felt it proper that management comes here on behalf of the company to be able to explain, and help the process to come up to its intended outcome.
Am I correct in saying that the board deliberately has refrained from coming before these hearings because they wanted to have a clear and independent mind and apply that to any recommendations that come out of those hearings?
Chair, absolutely. And I think it's only fair for them to actually stay out of the process and allow yourself to manage these hearings and then issue that report to them, because that report then will be deliberated on by the board itself.
Mr. Chair, then in paragraphs 13 to 17, Mr. Museki deals with some allegations about sponsors, and then paragraph 18 to 22, he deals with broadcasting. I think those have been dealt with by other witnesses,
Yes.
and I'm therefore not inclined to deal with that. Then we go to paragraph 23, Mr. Moseki, of your affidavit, where you deal with the 3-team cup, or called the 3TC Solidarity Cup. There were certain allegations made by Dr. Kula Amiya in regard to the 3TC Solidarity Cup, and you set out certain facts in relation to that cup. Can you please take us through that?
Thank you. Chair, I think from the onset it's quite important to highlight that when this initiative, which was quite important, you'd recall that there was absolutely no sport, not even cricket or any other sporting activity that was happening during that period. It was during the hard lockdown that we experienced last year. So this innovative tournament was basically conceptualized, called the 3TC. So when the squads were actually announced, the squads were 50-50, being 50% black, 50% white. But due to circumstances, including health reasons and family reasons, some players had to pull out of the squad, which resulted in the numbers being slightly skewed. But it is quite important to highlight that when the squad was actually, the different squads, because it was 3 squads, when they were announced, the actual number of participants in the teams were 50-50, being 50% black, 50% white.
How do you work that out? 50% and split it 3 times and it still remains 50%.
Remember, the teams were made up of 8 players each. So it would have been quite easy because 8 to be 24 players in total. So 12 for white and 12 for black.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who were the coaches at that 3TC Cup?
Okay. In my affidavit, I've actually listed the team members, including the coaches. One team, Assurance Kingfishers. The coach was Miss Mignon Dupree, who is a Momentum Protea player. Then for Mr. D Foot Kites, the coach was Wandile Kwavu, Mr. Wandile Kwavu. And for Take a Lot Eagles, the coach was Mr. Geoffrey Toyana.
So am I right then in saying you had 2 black coaches
Yes.
and 1 female coach
Yes.
for that?
Yes.
There also seems to have been an issue regarding the captaincy of the teams. And you deal with that in paragraph 26 of your affidavit. Please take us through that.
Yes, for the Kingfishers, Assurance Kingfishers, Mr. Kagiso Rabada was initially appointed as the captain. But unfortunately, Mr. Rabada had to pull out just before the tournament due to family reasons. So after that, there was a captain that was appointed who was white, but ultimately Reza Hendricks, who's a black gentleman, was appointed as the captain of the team. So Kingfishers had Reza Hendricks, black captain. Mr. D Foot Kites had Mr. Quentin de Kock as the captain, and Take a Lot Eagles had Mr. A.B. de Villiers as the captain.
Okay, we then move on to another topic, which is the Northwest Cricket Union. During the hearings, and we go to paragraph 27 of your affidavit, during these hearings, the question of intervention by Cricket South Africa at Northwest Cricket Union was raised. There were suggestions that Cricket South Africa did not want to intervene. What is your response to that allegation?
I'm not understanding why that comment would have been made. Cricket South Africa has been involved in Northwest since 2018. We currently still have an administrator. We've been helping them to get to a better footing insofar as governance is concerned. The member had an AGM, I think, in May, but unfortunately that AGM had to be declared null and void. We are currently helping them prepare for the AGM, which incidentally is supposed to be tomorrow. And after tomorrow, we do hope as Cricket South Africa, finally the affairs of the member can be run by the member itself. So that comment that cricket doesn't want, CSA didn't want to get involved, the chair didn't make sense at all, as we've been involved there and basically paying the administrator who's been managing the operations there.
There's also been concerns raised about the appointment of white staff and managers under the administrator. And you comment on that in paragraph 33 of your affidavit. Can you please deal with that?
Chair, I guess it is something that we heard about it during the hearings as well, and it is something that we have committed to follow up with both the CEO, The administrator would probably be out of position by then, but definitely with the CEO and the new board, just to understand exactly what's going on. Because as CSA, it is something that we're not aware of until it was raised during these hearings.
Then there's issues were raised in regard to the affairs of Eastern's Cricket Union, and you deal with that in paragraphs 34 to 37 of your statement. Can you please take us through that very quickly?
Okay. Eastern's Cricket Union, we basically had requested Judge Mwepe, retired Judge Mwepe, to do some investigations at the union. Judge Mwepe did deliver 2 reports. I think the first one was delivered in February 2019, which was given to the union, and we requested them to implement those findings from the judge. Second report was done and delivered on the 30th of September, again by 30th of September 2020 by Judge Mwepe. Again, we did send the report to the union chair and requested them to implement those recommendations. But obviously what has come out during the hearings, and it is something that we were also highlighted to, there has been a number of recommendations that hadn't been implemented. And it is something that is quite unfortunate, but I mean, the current board is aware of those. We as management are aware of those, and it is something that we'll definitely be following up with Easterns. I think there has to be an appreciation, especially with the second report that was issued by the judge chair. It was issued, I think, in September, as I said, 2020. And if you'd recall, that was smack in the middle of the turmoil that we as CSA were also going through, you know. So we might have dropped some balls insofar as making sure that those recommendations were implemented. But as I said, it is something that we do hope, together with the union itself, we can basically catch up on.
Mr. Moseki, I'm not going to go through the match-fixing investigation unless the panel has questions, because there have been essentially 2 days of detailed evidence about that investigation. Then we go to the topic which I think we'll spend a lot of time on today, which is the concerns about the appointments of senior CSA staff members. During the hearings, concerns were raised about certain senior appointments made at CSA, particularly the appointment of the Director of Cricket, and thereafter the appointment of Mark Boucher as the coach. I think before we go to the question of the appointment of the Director of Cricket, can you take us through the introduction of the Director of Cricket position? As I understand it, that was a new position that was introduced. Is that correct?
It is correct. It was a position that had been thought about for a number of years, but our performance at the World Cup in June, July 2019 chair resulted in this position becoming quite urgent. Hence, immediately after the World Cup, there was that proposal and submission to the board, and the board did approve the creation of a post of a Director of Cricket. So that individual was basically going to be responsible for the whole cricket ecosystem, both from the Protea level all the way to the pipeline level. So the position was created, and the process of actually filling the position started a few months later after all the approvals were received from the board, from the remuneration committee of the board and the board itself.
You then, in paragraph 44, deal with the fact that the former Proteas manager, his contract was coming to an end and he asked not to be considered. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. There was then a press release that was issued on the 4th of August 2019 by CSA. Please take us through the details of that press release.
Chair, after the approval of the actual position itself, CSA basically did issue a press release to explain this new proposed structure the company was going to be following, including the creation of the Director of Cricket, the DOC. We basically went on then to list the responsibilities of the DOC and basically the reporting structure for the position itself. So you'd know that the DOC, as I said, would be responsible for the whole cricket landscape, including, like, you know, you'd have the head of cricket pathway. I think you met Mr. Edward Khoza yesterday, who's acting in that position. You have the national convener of selectors who would be reporting to the DOC as well, the chief medical officer, the Protea men's team director, and then the
Sorry,
Protea
just can I stop you there? The team director is the equivalent of the head coach.
head coach, yes. And the same for the Protea women's team director as well, head coach, as I said.
Okay.
Yes.
You then, or CSA then, made an interim appointment of a acting director of cricket. Who was that?
It was Mr. Kwerefanzael.
Okay. And what was contemplated after Mr. Van Zyl was appointed?
The reason we had to appoint an interim DOC was because we had a tour that was about to happen to India. The Protea men's team was going to be touring India, I think in the next few weeks or so during that year. So we had to appoint an interim DOC with the intention that after the tour, there will be permanent appointments that would be done. So the interim DOC was appointed, which was Mr. Kwerefanzael. Furthermore, we also appointed an interim team director or head coach, which was Mr. Enoch Mgwe, for the India tour, basically, with the intention that post the tour, the actual processes would start to make permanent appointments.
We'll get to the actual chronology relating to Mr. Smith's appointment.
Yes.
But one of the criticisms leveled during these hearings is that the appointment of Mr. Smith did not follow a fair and transparent process. You deal in paragraphs 47 to 49 with CSA's HR manual, and you make some comments. Can you please take us through that?
Chair, yes. Basically, our manual does specify the process that needs to be followed for any vacancies, including internal advertisements. And when we say internal, we also include our unions, being our members. And where necessary, then you go outside, where we basically do external advertising. Paragraph 48 basically tells that normally we prefer to have panel interviews for any positions. Even myself, Chair, I was interviewed by a panel, like something like this now,
Even I was interviewed.
Yes, yes. So that you can get different perspectives from different individuals. But I think the most important thing to note, all the policies of a company, the custodians for those policies is the board. So the board basically is allowed to deviate from any policies, provided there's reasonable reasons for doing so. So the company will have all these policies, as you'd be aware, Chair, which, as I said, the board is the custodians of it. And now and then the board will obviously deviate from those policies should it be necessary to do so. So under normal circumstances, obviously, you should always follow the processes as stated.
Mr. Smith is your current director of cricket, correct?
Yes.
As I understand it, he wasn't appointed in his current position initially. He was initially appointed for an interim period, correct?
Yes.
That was sometime in
November, December 2019.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that interim contract concluded when?
In March 2020.
Okay, can we go through the chronology in relation to that interim appointment, and you really deal with that from paragraph 52. So you say there was a development on the 6th of September 2019. Please take us through that development.
Okay.
I'm just going to insist we know that chronology.
Okay.
Okay, I'm
But if
happy.
you insist,
Okay. Chair, maybe can I be allowed to say something? I think we did include it in the affidavit as well, Mr. July. The reason it became an interim appointment, the initial intention was to make him a permanent appointment, but unfortunately he had other commitments, so he could only commit for an interim period only. Yes.
the question that I have now regarding that interim appointment,
Yes.
we used the HR policies to appoint him, right? And it is for that reason that you attach CSA 8.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So that position at the time was filled using the HR policy.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, that's an interesting question because, yes, it seems that a job was advertised per your chronology. Yes, it seems that 4 best candidates were shortlisted. Yes, it also seems that from your chronology that the 4 shortlisted candidates were interviewed by a subcommittee of the board, and then the board recommended, or the subcommittee recommended the appointment of Mr. Smith. Is that all correct?
It is correct.
But the one odd thing that I found...
I think unless I read a different affidavit about that appointment, there was no, in that process, there was no recommendation of Mr. Smith. As I understand, what happened is that when the process was going on, there were issues. Mr. Smith became concerned about how the process was going about. And Mr. Muro at that time had already indicated to him that he is a preferred candidate.
I was getting to that. But
Yes.
So what I was getting to, I don't understand that the committee did not recommend Mr. Smith. I understand that the committee recommended Mr. Smith. But what I was getting to was that even though a decision had been made at the time to advertise the position,
Yes.
to get applications,
Yes.
to shortlist candidates, and to then make the appointment. Prior to all of that, there had already been discussions between Mr. Moreau and Mr.
Yes.
Smith.
Let's get it through the witness.
So, well, I was trying to get it, and
Yes. No, I understand. You know.
Chair, that is absolutely correct. Maybe just to correct that, Mr. July, as I said, from my reading and from the information that I did gather, I'm not sure where it is said that the committee didn't recommend Mr. Smith. I think what happened was that it appears, and again, this is from my reading of the information that's available, the process was dragging on for too long, and Mr. Smith then got frustrated with the whole process.
And then he withdrew, not just
He
frustrated.
Yeah, he withdrew.
Yes.
But the fact that Mr. Murray had already communicated with him, and afterwards, after Mr. Murray was the
That
board.
was conditional though, right? Whatever he said to him in that email that he sent to him, he did not say, I am. He said, I'm preferred to you, but there's certain things that still need to happen.
Yes.
Yes.
From my reading of the information that's also available there,
Yes.
there were still a number of things that needed to be
Yes.
discussed, including remuneration and all other stuff. But I don't know where it would have appeared that the committee didn't recommend him. I really wouldn't know that part, whether the committee did recommend him or did not recommend him. But knowing that the CEO then was part of that panel and he was having those engagement, so for me to have felt that clearly then maybe he was aware of the committee's recommendation. Yes.
okay.
Chair.
Yes, Mr. Vasanti.
I'm then going to take you to...
Mr. July, you will come back to this if it's a factual dispute, but I think let's see how far we go.
Okay.
Okay, we then get to paragraph 72, where on the 12th of November 2019, and I think this is the email that Mr. July had in mind, Mr. Moreau, who was then the CEO, sent an email to Mr. Smith. Please tell us about that.
Chair, as I said, this is basically also from the documentation that we could get in the emails. This is my understanding as well that Mr. Moreau, being part of the panel, and based on this email, so for me it made sense that clearly then he was aware that the committee, the interviewing panel, was recommending him, because it wouldn't have made sense for me then for him to send this email to Mr. Graham Smith if the panel wasn't going to recommend. But as you can see, basically the email said, as mentioned to you, Graham, that you are at the moment the preferred candidate. But before I can formally make the offer to you, I would like you to fly in on Friday morning so that you can meet with our president, head of HR, and myself. And it basically just goes on to explain what would be discussed at that meeting. And
We had paragraph 72.
Yes, paragraph 72. And that is that's the reason, Chair, I state that if I read this email and based on everything else, so I would have expected then clearly the committee or the interviewing panel clearly would have recommended Mr. Smith, you know. And as I said, obviously all the information I have is basically what we have seen, what we have read in the emails. I wouldn't have been there as part of the panel, so I can't really say for sure. But based on the information that I saw and the documentation that we saw, then it made sense that to assume that clearly then the panel had recommended Mr. Smith.
Okay, Mr. Smith responded to Mr. Moreau's email that you described in paragraph 72, and you deal with the response in paragraph 73. Please take us through that.
As stated, it appears from the emails that Mr. Smith was getting frustrated with the process because it appeared that the engagements with him had started a number of months earlier, you know. So he was getting frustrated with finalizing the process, you know.
And those engagements, am I correct, started even before the position was advertised and even before Mr. Smith's CV had been received?
From the timelines that we saw, it appears so, you know. And maybe just to add there, maybe it was quite unfortunate that we went the route of following the earlier clause from the HR that I spoke about, because as I said, the board is allowed to deviate from that process. So it was maybe unfortunate that we actually went that route if Mr. Smith was the actual or the intended appointee for this appointment, basically.
The point you're really making is that most corporates or organizations are allowed to headhunt people for specific positions. And for you, Mr. Smith was headhunted. And if that was the case, this complicated process that subsequently was followed was not an appropriate process.
Chair, that is really my feeling. That is really my feeling that clearly Mr. Smith had been headhunted, and the board could have allowed the deviation. It appears from some of the minutes the board had basically given management that mandate
I
to
would
go
suggest
identify.
that we don't make those assumptions because it's going to take us somewhere.
No, I'm talking about based on the information we saw.
No,
Chair,
the reason why...
I don't think those are assumptions. I think those are based on actual facts set out in the affidavit.
Okay.
There's a detailed chronology that predates the actual advert and the receiving of Mr. Smith's interview. And Mr. July cut me short. If you want, Mr. Chair, I can go through that chronology. But it will become very clear from that chronology that CSA had already identified Mr. Smith for the position.
Yes, I'm not saying you should go through that chronology. We know that chronology. And people were advertised, were interviewed. It can't be headhunting. You can't headhunt one hand, on the other hand, you have 4 people who are being interviewed.
Let's leave that for argument.
Yes. No.
Because I think you and I differ on the consequences of that.
No, as long as the facts, as long as we agree on what happened, then the question of interpreting and arguing the legality of what happened to accord with a certain conclusion will be a matter for argument.
Yes.
But if you are agreed, all I want at this stage is for us to be agreed on the facts.
Okay.
Yeah. The reason why I was raising that, let's not make those assumptions, because we don't have a document in the affidavit that suggests that the board said let's deviate from the process.
No,
so let's not make assumptions.
No, but we now have a board member, Mr. Chair, who can talk to what the policies are and whether the board is entitled to deviate from the policies. That's a factual issue.
He says that as a matter of, as I understand, as a matter of principle, that we are not confined. But he doesn't come clear to me as to whether he can, under oath or under affirmation, say that, Mr. July, that the board did in fact deviate. So because the argument must be grounded on on factual evidence.
No, what I understand the witness to be saying,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, is that the organization identified the candidate, had negotiations with the candidate, and then midway through that process decided, listen, we're going to interview. And so they advertise, they shortlist, they interview people. And what he's critical of, he say, if there was an error, that was the error in going through that process. That's the only point I understand the witness to be making. But let's leave that for argument, and we can deal with that in argument.
Is that what you are saying?
Yes, Chair. And Chair, I did highlight, I did actually emphasize that is just my opinion. That says that I think they should have basically deviated from the process. Obviously, that didn't happen like that. So I did say that is my opinion, Chair. Yes.
Okay.
Now, I understood us to also be saying there was a degree of anxiety on the part of Graham, and you understand that it was because, as you put it, he appears to have been frustrated, and that is why there is this email. Are you relying on that email, CSA 20? Where it says, following our conversation on Saturday evening, where you made note of my appointment as director of cricket, and that you need me in Joburg Friday to work through alignment on CSA policies with you and Chris. Tabang, I've been involved in this process with you from the 28th of August. Currently, I've only received a job spec from you. I feel now we really need to get into agreement phase. So is that what you understand to be an expression by him of the delay that was in the process?
Yes, correct, Chair. Basically, based on that email, we could sense the frustration, yes.
Yes.
You then deal with a development on the 14th of November where there's a host of media reports which precipitates action on the part of Graham. That's set out in paragraph 74 and 75 of your statement. Please take us through that.
Yeah, yes, on the 14th of November, I think there were media articles that basically were saying that Graham Smith will be appointed as the DOC chair. But again, by that stage, Mr. Smith hadn't received an offer, and that's based on subsequent emails. Mr. Smith, obviously, the email that I'm talking about, did send an email to Mr. Murray, again expressing his frustration and disappointment. And this is the email that I think we did include in our pack as well, about, the announcement, despite the fact that he hadn't received anything from CSA insofar as the offer was concerned. So that email is also attached.
In so many words,
yes.
In CSA 21, I'm extremely frustrated and disappointed.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And so what does Mr. Smith do now because of these media reports? You deal with that in the second part of paragraph 75.
Basically, in the email, he did say that he basically had not developed the necessary confidence. And I think a few days later, he released the tweet basically withdrawing, the media statement or a tweet, I can't remember, withdrawing from the process, based purely on his saying that he had lost confidence, basically, in a way, in the whole process.
The next development is then set out in paragraph 76 of your affidavit. Please take us through that.
After the tweet came out, and obviously the media storm that started happening, I think the president, and again this is based on the information that we could gather, the president, then Mr. Chris Nzani, started engaging with Mr. Smith directly to try to persuade him to change his mind about withdrawing from this position, Chair.
Then in paragraph 77, you deal with an email that Jack Madiseng sent. Who is Jack?
Jack Madiseng was a board member then and was part of the interviewing panel, Chair.
Okay. And just take us through what he records.
Mr. Madiseng wrote to Ms. Moon. Ms. Moon was our HR head then, being a consultant, but being the HR head then. Basically, Mr. Madiseng wrote since the withdrawal of Graham Smith on media without directly notifying us. It was just unfortunate. I would like to suggest that we shouldn't be under pressure to appoint. I suggest we advertise again and cast our net a little bit wider. This means that we still keep the current shortlisted candidates in a pot, and based on what we find the second time around, it will give us an opportunity to make an informed decision based on the current new pool. Then Mr. Moreira would be spoiled for choice. And maybe, Chair, just to add, this email from Jack as well also supported that thinking that clearly then the interviewing panel had obviously recommended Graham, but the delay was really in finalizing the process. At least that's what I also read from this email. It just supported, in my mind, the engagements that Mr. Moreira was having with Mr. Graham Smith then.
We then get to paragraph 78, where another board member responds to Mr. Madiseng's email. Who was that board member?
Mr. Beresford Williams.
What position did he hold at the time?
He was also the board member, but also vice president of CSA, Chair.
And what did he record?
He basically agreed with Mr. Madiseng, and he basically was also worried about the timelines because we were coming up into the new season where we would be hosting England and Australia in a few weeks, literally. So he was worried about the timeline pressures that the company was going to be experiencing in finalizing this position.
I'm just going to take you through what he says. He says, agree that the current situation needs our undivided attention. The DOC, which is the acronym for Director of Cricket, is key. We need to make a call on the next best candidate or go out for other options. That implicitly suggests that Mr. Graham Smith, according to the interview panel, was the best candidate.
Absolutely, Chair.
He then goes on to say the cricketing vacancies needs to be filled. We're going into a tough series against England and Australia.
That is correct. And the cricketing vacancies is quite a key phrase there, because there were a number of vacancies there which needed to be filled.
When you say a number of vacancies, just...
Obviously the DOC, but also the head coach. You also had to fill in the national select of conveners, or at least the select of conveners, to be able to choose a team that will be facing England. Literally, I think it was a month from then.
Why do you say you needed to fill the head coach position when you had Enoch Inkwe at the time?
No, Enoch Inkwe had been appointed for the India tour, Chair. He was still there, obviously, and the DOC would then determine whether he continues with Enoch or he fills in that vacancy of a head coach. But Enoch Inkwe obviously had been appointed for the India tour, which the Proteas had gone to a few months earlier.
Was that appointment conditional, or was it a permanent appointment?
No, it was purely an interim
arrangement
for the India tour. Just as Mr. Van Zyl was also an interim DOC to manage that process, yes.
We then know that on 22 November 2019, there's another meeting which is relevant to all of this, and that's dealt with in paragraphs 79 and 80 of your statement. Please take us through that.
Chair, these meetings were quite important. That was obviously after Mr. Smith had withdrawn from the process, and he was being convinced to basically change his mind. So Mr. Nenzani, as I said, was the president there. Mr. Moreira and Professor Shelley Zinn, who was a board member, attended a meeting with him in Cape Town.
When you say with him, is that?
With Graham Smith. And again, because none of us were there, our understanding of that meeting was that it was to really try to persuade Mr. Smith to change his mind and take on the DOC role.
You then set out a context in which Mr. Smith was being pursued in the subparagraphs of paragraph 80. What was that context?
Yes, we have to remember that Mr. Smith had been a Protea team captain for 11 years. He has extensive local and international reputation, which CSA considered quite valuable and might be commercially valuable as well. During that period, CSA was in quite a precarious position, as you would recall, Chair. There were ongoing political infighting at CSA. Its decision to revoke the media journalist accreditation during the MSL was quite a hot potato then. And having lost Standard Bank, because Standard Bank had given us a notice that they won't be renewing the sponsorship, and with other sponsors threatening to pull out, the reputation of the company was severely damaged during the period. The board and management, obviously, including Mr. Nenzani, who was the president, believed that Mr. Smith's appointment would assist to revive the company's tarnished reputation and develop cricket in South Africa, CSA in cricket in South Africa, based purely on his experience as a very world-class international cricketer during his playing days himself.
In paragraph 81, you then deal with the question of whether the meeting had the desired effect. Did it?
That is my understanding. He did reconsider his position to basically put his head in and accept the role.
Okay. Then in paragraph 82, you qualify that, however, by saying that there was a qualification to his acceptance of the role.
The reason I was saying that, because from the chronological events we could see, the meeting had happened on the 22nd of November, but he only took up the role sometime in December, so that was one of the things. But again, apparently because of the delay in finalizing this role, Mr. Smith had made other commercial commitments. So he only accepted that role on an interim basis up until end of March 2020. That is what came out from our understanding there of the meeting, yes.
So he's now he's prepared to accept an interim role until the end of March 2020, and a contract needed to be drafted.
Yes.
And you deal with that in paragraph 83.
Yes.
Who was asked to draft that contract?
Ms. Moon, who I've mentioned earlier, was the head of HR then, and then Mr. Welsh Kwaza, who was the company secretary and head of legal in a way. Yes.
There's a big issue that arose during these hearings about there only being approval in place for remuneration at 4 million, which if I divide into 12, gets me less than what I would get to if I get to 12 by, I think it's 165,000, which got to the ultimate 5.4 million that was agreed.
That is correct.
Okay. Then there's an email that Ms. Moon sends to Mr. Gwaza and copies to the then CEO, Mr. Moreau, and that was on the 24th of November 2019, and you deal with that in the subparagraphs of paragraph 84. Please take us through that.
Chair, yes. Ms. Moon did send an email to Mr. Gwaza, and as I explained, Mr. Gwaza was the company secretary but also head of legal, copying in Mr. Moreau. In an email, she requests Mr. Gwaza to review the draft fixed-term employment contract that had been drafted for Mr. Smith. Ms. Moon goes on to say, I thought our normal fixed term is too light, so converted the PEM contract and hopefully adjusted all areas accordingly. The part I have not really completed is around the incentive, as I do think we need to define the targets, and because the salary is high and off the benchmark being that 4 million rand that had been approved, presumably, then it should be set amount and not a percentage of annual salary, in my humble opinion. Let me know if we need to chat further before finalization. I know Mr. M being Mr. Murray, wants this contract tomorrow evening, and she says in bracket tonight, in fact. So clearly there was quite a lot of pressure to finalize this contract between the two parties.
Okay. Then we see in paragraph 85 that on the 24th of November 2019, Ms. Moon sends the draft contract. Who did she send it to?
To Mr. Murray.
And who was it copied to?
The company secretary, Mr. Welsh Kwaza.
Okay. And then on the 25th of November 2019, there were further relevant emails. Take us through that.
Yes, there were further exchanges between Mrs. Moon and Mr. Murray, and again, Mr. Welsh Kwaza was being copied in those emails. We have attached the chain of emails as part of our affidavit there.
Okay. Then there was a revised draft of the agreement prepared. When was that prepared?
It was sent on the 26th of November 2019.
By who?
By Ms. Moon, again to Mr. Murray.
And what?
And to Mr. Smith's lawyer.
Who was that?
It would have been, I presume, David Becker.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the salary provided for?
It was 4 million per annum on a full-time basis.
Right. Then in paragraph 87, you deal with another critical development in CSA's affairs. Please take us through that.
Yes, Chair. While Mr. Smith was considering the contract, and the reason we say considering because we hadn't received anything yet, there was that decision.
Don't
that
let the chairman and the deputy chairman.
Yes, disturb me. There was a decision to revoke accreditation of certain journalists. The decision was that decision obviously damaged the company's reputation substantively. And Standard Bank, as I mentioned earlier, basically gave a notice that they won't be renewing the sponsorship. And as you can imagine, Standard Bank was a massive sponsor for CSA, and there was going to be a massive financial impact from that decision.
What transpired after that revocation of the accreditation?
Yes. On the 6th of December 2019, Mr. Moreira was suspended as the CEO of Cricket South Africa by the then board. Yeah.
Okay, and then on the 7th of December 2019, there were certain appointments, or interim appointments made by CSA. Please take us through that.
From our understanding, Chair, Mr. Tebogo Siko, who was a board member, and Mr. Nenzani, the president, contacted Dr. Fall to try to request him to take up the role of acting CEO of CSA with immediate effect, as we had lost or had our CEO suspended a day earlier. And Dr. Fall was appointed on the 7th of December 2019 as the acting CEO of CSA.
And there was a suggestion during these hearings that Dr. Fall was appointed to pave the way for Mr. Smith's appointment. Your comment on that?
I think as per our submission in the affidavit, you'd see that Mr. Smith's appointment was quite advanced. There were meetings that had been had with the president and the then CEO. Mr. Smith actually had a contract that he was going through and perusing with his attorneys before Dr. Fall was actually even appointed. So I don't think that is factually correct.
Do you know who CSA's preferred candidate was for the acting CEO position at the time?
Again, this is not written anywhere, Chair, but our understanding was that David Richardson, who was the former CEO of ICC, International Cricket Council, there had been discussions with him to take up the position of the acting CEO, but unfortunately he couldn't avail himself due to the commitments that he had during that period. But he did agree to be a consultant to CSA while we were navigating those challenges that we're facing as a company then.
The next important date in the timeline is the 7th of December 2019 when CSA has a press conference. You deal with that in paragraph 90 of your affidavit. Please take us through that.
Yes, that was the day I think Dr. Fall was appointed. The chairperson being Mr. Nenzani. Mr. Nenzani was both the chairperson and president of the company there, so that's why I'm using those two words interchangeably. Explain that before Mr. Moreira was suspended, Mr. Moreira and the chairperson of REMCO had identified Mr. Smith as the preferred candidate for the DOC. Mr. Nenzani advised that in view of this, he had met with Mr. Smith, being he himself, Mr. Nenzani, had met with Mr. Smith and he managed to reach an in-principle agreement with him. Mr. Nenzani reassured the public that CSA and Mr. Smith were endeavoring to swiftly finalize the negotiations surrounding the terms of Mr. Smith's contract, which had been, I guess, for the last few weeks then. Mr. Nenzani highlighted that the selection process and team preparations hinged on the appointment of the DOC because the role of the DOC had been structured in such a way that the DOC would give input on configuring the selection panel.
Sorry, Mr. Museki, just to take you off your affidavit, just as I understand it, we were at the 7th of December, the English tour was going to start on the 26th of December. you still had a period of 19 days. Why do you say, or why is there the suggestion that it was critical to make the appointment and it was a very, very urgent appointment?
Chair, the actual first game was starting on the 26th of December. But before the game itself, you have to have a selector, a convener of selector, to select the team that will be facing the English. You had to appoint a coach who will be coaching that team that will be facing the English. But even the team itself would need to meet after it's been selected, so they can prepare for the game strategy. So the actual game, there might have been 14 days before the actual start of the tour, but you obviously would have needed a few weeks. Ideally, you probably would have had the team meeting and been finalized by the 1st of December already, so that they can be able to prepare properly for that tour that was starting. That was beginning on the 26th of December. So hence the time pressures that we all keep on referring to during that period.
You then in paragraph 91 deal with the response to the earlier email you dealt with, where there was the email and the draft contract forwarded to David Becker as Mr. Smith's attorney. Tell us about that response. You dealt with that in paragraph 91 of your affidavit.
Yes, Chair, on the 10th of December, we being CSA received a response from David Becker, with the proposed changes. This was sent to Dr. Fall, obviously. The major changes there were obviously the timeline of the contract, which was end of March, and the remuneration, which was $450 per month, which was obviously different to the $4 million that had initially been offered as part of that initial contract.
Sorry, Mr. Museki. Earlier I had misled you into thinking that 4 million translated into 165,000 per month.
No. I'm an accountant. I knew you were way off. I knew you were way off. It was pretty closer to about 320, 330.
It's approximately 333,000.
Yes.
I'm the dumb lawyer.
No, I knew.
But I didn't want to interfere.
Yes, I know I'm surrounded by lawyers. I didn't want to embarrass you in front of your colleagues.
So 4 million would have translated into approximately 333,000 a month.
Yes.
And now we're asking for 450,000. If we extrapolated that into an annual income, I know this was an interim contract for a few months, but if we had to extrapolate into annual income, how much would that amount to?
It would have been 1.4 million more, so coming to about 5.4 million per annum now.
Okay, and Mr. Becker highlights this fact that there would have to be approval for the higher salary. Okay, and what was Mr. Becker's justification for the higher salary?
Mr. Becker highlighted that Mr. Smith's, I think I've got it somewhere there.
It's paragraph 91, the second part.
Yes. Because Mr. Smith is already in deficit, having regard to loss of other revenue. That was basically his justification, so he was already in deficit. I guess, I presume insofar as his other commercial interests were concerned and loss of revenue. That's the reason he justified the 450,000, yes.
In paragraph 92, you then deal with what Dr. Fall does with David Becker's email and the updated draft agreement. Please take us through that.
Dr. Fall then forwards the email from Mr. Becker Chair to Mr. Kwaza, who is the head of legal, as I said, and company secretary, the president, Mr. Nenzani, Mr. Marius Kuman. Mr. Marius Kuman was an independent chair of the board, but also the Audit and Risk Committee chairperson. Myself, then being in my capacity as the chief financial officer.
Did Ms. Moon comment on the revised contract?
Yes, Chair. Ms. Moon did raise concerns regarding the higher cost to CSA.
What was Mr. Skuman's response to the revised contract? You deal with that in paragraph 94.
Mr. Skuman proposed changes on some clauses within the contract itself, but did not raise any concerns regarding the 450,000 per month that was being requested by Mr. Smith.
Okay, and then you deal with another development relating to Mr. Becker in paragraph 95.
Chair, yes, Mr. Becker did accept all those changes that Mr. Skuman had proposed. And as I said, obviously, the amount didn't change because it was not one of the changes that had been proposed to Mr. Becker.
And Mr. Becker then sends that updated revised draft on to CSA as well.
Yes, inquiring if there's any other changes that CSA wanted to make on the contract itself.
And how does CSA respond, and who responds on behalf of CSA?
Dr. Form, the acting CEO, basically responded to Mr. Becker, but he only requested copies of the contracts, 2 copies to be signed, hence meaning that there were no other further changes that CSA had requested on that contract.
Okay. Did Mr. Nenzani deal with the increased remuneration to 450,000 per month?
None of us dealt with it in that email. I think internally we might have spoken about it, but in that email we basically accepted Mr. Nenzani, Mr. Kwaza, myself, and I guess Mr. Schoolman were all there.
Okay. You do deal with the 450,000 rand per month because further budget needed to be created.
Yes.
And you deal with that in paragraph 98, where you reference certain emails that are attached as CSA 37 and 38. Please, can you take us through that?
Yes, basically, based on those engagements, Chair, between myself and the colleagues then, being Dr. Fall and Mr. Walsh and Ms. Moon, I did highlight that this amount, if you analyze it, obviously it's above the approved REMCO, but because this was a short-term contract, it was initially for 4 months, I feel that we will be able to accommodate the 450,000 per month within the budgeted the budgeted figure for this role. But then I did highlight that if it does become more permanent, then obviously we'd need to go to REMCO to get additional approval for the increased remuneration.
Was that further revised contract signed subsequently?
Which one, Mr.
So you remember there was the initial version that was sent to Mr. Becker. He came back with the revised version. Mr. Skuman raised concerns. Mr. Becker then updated it further.
Yes.
That updated draft, was it eventually signed?
Yes, Chair, it was signed by Dr. Fall on behalf of CSA.
And when was that? You deal with that
On
in paragraph-
12th of December, 12th of December 2019.
Okay. You then highlight in paragraph 100 of your affidavit, clause 12.6 of that agreement. Please take us through that clause.
Clause 12.6 of the DOC's contract basically read as followed. The DOC is to appoint, manage, and supervise and or dismiss the members of staff reporting directly or indirectly to the DOC without prior approval of the CSA board, but always acting in consultation with the chief executive.
Okay, and from earlier in the affidavit where we dealt with the creation of the position, there were various people. I think it was the head of cricket pathways, the national convener of selectors, the chief
coaches.
medical officer, and the head coaches of the
coaches,
men's
yes.
team that was going to report to him.
You have been taken through all this about the 450 and the process that was followed in appointing. Are you suggesting that simply because the board approved, therefore the appointment and the amount paid was regular?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm suggesting, Chair.
Because of the involvement of the board?
Because the board, yes, did approve it. So the board would have ratified this contract and approved it, yes.
Then in 102, you deal with appointments that get made after the appointment of Mr. Smith. Can you please take us through that?
We went through this,
Okay.
unless you again insist with Mr. Dr. Fowl.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, you can tell me what you need me to leave out. I'm happy to do that.
With Dr. Fowl, the only part that I would be interested in is this permanent appointment.
Okay, so
Because-
we deal with the permanent appointment in paragraph 115,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, so just take us through that chronology. Something happens on the 17th of March 2020, and what was that?
Okay. Chair, as you'd recall, the interim appointment was from December to March, 30th of March 2020. So Ms. Moon basically then sent an email to Dr. Fall inquiring whether Mr. Smith should be removed from our payroll system, given that his contract was ending on the 30th of March, 2020.
And what was the board's thinking at the time about Mr. Smith?
Dr. Fall advised that the board believed that Mr. Smith was adding value, and they were keen to keep him on in the system.
So how does Dr. Fall respond to Ms. Moon's email of the 17th of March 2020?
Dr. Fall then responded to Ms. Moon and Mr. Becker being Mr. Smith's attorney, indicating that Mr. Smith would be permanently contracted at the board's request. Mr. Gwaza, Ms. Faith Kaba, who's the HR and payroll accountant, and myself were copied in that email.
Okay. That draft contract, I understand, included a termination clause, which was also the subject of some discussion at these hearings. Please take us through that.
Chair, yes, the initial contract that we received from David Becker had a clause that said Mr. Smith has a right to terminate the contract on reasonable notice if Dr. Fall is not appointed as CEO. And you have to recall that time Dr. Fall was the acting CEO, you know. So that clause obviously was something that we as CSA was not happy with, and we sent it back to...
And how did Mr. Becker respond to the objection to that clause being included?
Mr. Becker removed that clause, termination clause, from the draft contract, and it did not feature in the final contract that was sent from them.
We do know that the clause itself caused a bit of a media storm. And in paragraph 120, you then deal with what the consequence of that media storm was. Please take us through that.
Chair, yes. As you correctly point out, Mr. Aslam, the clause itself found its way in the media, and it did cause a massive storm, even though it had been removed by then, you know, by the time we received the final contract. But purely because of that, Mr. Dr. Fall and the board members, being Mr. Nenzani, who was the president, and Mr. Marius Skuman, who was the Audit and Risk Committee chair, agreed that it's appropriate that Dr. Fall recuse himself from the appointment process, which he did.
Was there anybody else asked to recuse themselves from the appointment process?
Okay. We subsequently learned that Mr. Gwaza, who was the company secretary and the head of legal, as I said, was also asked to recuse himself from the appointment process as well. Yeah.
Okay, the next development happens on the 7th of April 2020.
Chair, I think that is quite important then, because it basically meant that it was only the board that was going to be dealing with. There was no member of executive who would have been involved in the process of regarding the appointment of Mr. Smith. Everything would be in committee, in a way.
You then deal with a development on the 7th of April 2020 in paragraph 121. Please take us through that.
Chair, the information we got that on the 7th of April, the board met via teleconference to consider Mr. Smith's draft contract that had been sent by his lawyers.
Just for the sake of clarity, and Mr. Gwaza and Mr. Smith were not part of that.
Mr. Gwaza and Dr. Fall and myself were not part of that, yes.
Okay.
Yes. All the board members obviously attended the meeting. That's from what we received. At the meeting, the board resolved to accept the terms of the draft contract, and Dr. Fall was mandated to conclude negotiations with Mr. Smith on the basis of the draft contract and to sign the contract on behalf of CSA. But because obviously Dr. Fall, the company secretary, no one from the executive was there, the president, Mr. Nenzani, was then mandated by the board to inform Dr. Fall of the board's resolution.
And how does Mr. Nenzani do that?
He sent an email of the minutes of the board to Dr. Fall, and I think Mr. Gwaza was also CC'd in that.
Okay, and what happens after that email sent to Dr. Fall by Mr. Nzani?
On the 14th of April 2020, Dr. Fall informed Mr. Becker of the board's resolution, being that Mr. Smith will be appointed.
Okay, you then talk of the signature of that agreement, and that signed agreement was attached to your affidavit as annexures. What was the annexure number?
annexure.
In paragraph 123, you deal with.
Yes. Dr. Fall then obviously signed on behalf of CSA, and they signed an independent contractor agreement with Mr. Smith. Yes.
Okay. Just, you then draw a conclusion from all of the facts that were set out above in paragraph 124. Please take us through that.
Yes, Chair. Based on everything that we basically detailed in our affidavit, this process had been and was led by the board. The permanent appointment of Mr. Smith. And as you can see, it was finalized by April 2020 then.
Okay, we then go to the appointment of Mr. Mark Boucher. Sorry.
Before we go there, I just wanted to get a sense, how does it transform from being an appointment of an employee to an independent contractor? Forget the approved this signing by the board. We start a process as an HR process. As I understand, everything is linked to the actual appointment. Why we did not follow the processes even in March is because this process started in November.
Mr. Chair, can I just raise that I'm not sure that that issue falls within the terms of reference. If it was incorrect to appoint Mr. Smith under an independent contractor agreement, that has nothing to do with discrimination on race or discrimination on gender grounds. So that's my objection, but I leave it to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. G. I'm asking questions based on how Mr. Smith got appointed. I thought we were talking about Mr. Smith's appointment, irrespective of race or gender or discrimination. I'm just asking a simple question. How does it transform from an HR process to an independent contractor?
Chair, I wouldn't be privy to everything, but except to
Again, that's an unfair question to this witness. This witness was not involved, apart from agreeing to the 450,000 rand per month. He was not involved in the interim appointment, neither was he involved in the permanent appointment, number one. Secondly, the facts that he's outlined says that it was the board that was involved in that. If Mr. July has questions about that, and if the chair is satisfied that that falls within the domain of the terms of reference, then those questions should be addressed to those board members at the time.
Well, isn't it arising from his own evidence?
No, it is arising from his own evidence, but you can't put to this witness, why did you conclude an independent contractor agreement? When he wasn't responsible for the drafts of that agreement, he wasn't responsible for signing the agreement, he wasn't responsible for taking the decision to approve the agreement.
Mr. July, are you seeking his opinion as a member of the board who was not involved? But
Chair, he is explaining what happened from the 7th of December, the signing of the contract on the 12th of December, the ending of the contract, March. All what I'm asking, do you know how does it transform? Knowing what you know, I'm just asking, do you know how did it transform from an HR process to the signing of the independent contractor?
Chair, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know, to be honest. But maybe just to highlight that we do have a number of independent contractors within the system, but insofar as what Mr. July is asking, to be honest, I wouldn't know, Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, we then deal with the other thorny issue that arises during these hearings, which is the appointment of the head coach. Okay?
Yes.
Then we got...
And we must always bear in mind, and I really would like us to always remember that any inquiry should be to the extent that there already is evidence that suggests that there was either a race or a gender bias in things that happened. And therefore, it is something that I need to inquire into. And sometimes, in order for me to be able to make a judgment call which would address the terms of reference to the extent that I must inquire as to whether gender or race played part in any decision, then it may well be that I then need to get a sense so that, and you will remember that I said, you know, optics sometimes do play an important role in decisions or in conclusions that people come to. These hearings were triggered by people who saw certain things, who felt certain things were happening, and they came to certain conclusions. And they came and testified here on the basis of those conclusions. So we need to be able then at the end to say Boucher was appointed not because he was white, but because of A, B, C, D, and E. He had all the qualifications and all of that. There's a misplacement. If you as a witness, now under affirmation, are in a position to testify to a point where you are going to suggest to me that his appointment was race-based, then you can say so. If you want to contest that to the extent that it has been alleged that it was race-based, then you are free to say so. But I don't want to be bogged down to the kind of detail that we got bogged down on match fixing. Because match fixing had only one issue to deal with, and it had to address whether race played part in it, gender played part in it. But as I said, I confessed, I let the door open when the people were giving, their own testimonies as victims, and I couldn't close it now when those who were seeking, to defend themselves against those allegations. But I think we should cut to the chase once we know that this is the parameter and this is what I will consider when we hear the evidence.
Mr. Chair, on the appointment of Mr. Boucher, again, this witness does not appoint Mr. Boucher,
Yes.
so has no personal knowledge of the reasons for Mr. Boucher's appointment.
Yes.
And those, the decision to appoint Mr. Boucher was made by Mr. Smith, and I'm hoping that Mr. Smith dealt with it in his affidavit and he gives evidence one day
In fact,
before.
even Dr. Fowl.
Even Dr. Fowl deals with you.
So I would
So
say
what do we want to get through this witness then?
This witness makes a few points about certain emails that are in his possession. I'm not sure whether those emails have come to your attention because Mr. Smith hasn't come to give evidence, and I'm not sure whether these were dealt with in Mr.
He
Fowl's.
has declined to come and give evidence.
Has he declined to come
Yeah,
and
he
give evidence?
declined. Oh, it's Boucher? Oh, okay.
So you're still waiting for a response from Mr. Smith. So,
Well, there won't be time for him to testify. This is the last day.
Okay. So I think then let's just go through this for the sake of completing the record. You deal with.
But you see, that's where the problem is, Mr. Musaji. You correctly so. You said he was not involved
Yes.
in the appointment, and now he's going to lead evidence. It's already in his affidavit, and when the questions are being asked, it's going to be a problem. I would suggest Dr. Fowl, who was tasked to oversee all of that, has testified to this.
Okay, if he's testified to it and you're happy you've got the evidence, that's fine. I don't need to deal with that at all then.
And is he competent to talk about the dismissal of Tabang Mora?
Again, he says that he can't comment on that. All he can do is give you facts from which you can draw conclusions. And that's all he's doing.
Okay.
Okay.
Are they disputed facts, undisputed facts?
No, these are undisputed facts, as I understand them. Okay, can you just take us through those facts in paragraph? It starts at paragraph 134.
We're now at Muru.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. As you'd be aware, Mr. Moray was dismissed by the board on the 27th of August, 2020. This is after he was based on, he was put on precautionary suspension in December 2019. And obviously there was the disciplinary hearings and everything else that ensued afterwards. I think one of the allegations was that Mr. Moray was dismissed. Mr. Asma, just remind me.
So,
what was that?
all I'm asking you to do is, as recorded in the dismissal, when he was dismissed at the time, what were the reasons recorded for his dismissal?
Okay. According to the documentary evidence that we have, Mr. Moray was dismissed for the following: serious misconduct in respect of contracting with Tina
That is
Ntsebeza.
in paragraph 137.
137.
Yes.
Serious misconduct in relation to the production agreement between GSC and CSA. Abuse of CSA's credit card. Misconduct in respect of payment that was due to SACA. Misconduct in respect of the revocation of the accreditation of certain members of the media. And as I said, Chair, this is basically from the documentation that we saw.
And this is it's a pending matter, is it not?
Yes,
It is.
He makes that point in paragraphs
Yes.
138 and 139. So
Yes.
he's not saying Mr. Moray is right, Mr. Moray is wrong.
Yeah.
All he's doing is giving you facts within his knowledge, and Chair, you can draw the conclusions there. Then you deal with the dismissal of Mr. Welch Gwaza. Again, as I understand it,
I don't know whether he was acting on advice in 140, but he makes the point properly that it would be inappropriate for this matter to be dealt with further.
Yeah, well, that is probably what we would argue later, Mr. Chair. And he does a similar sort of thing. Is he sets out certain evidence or certain factual information in regard to Mr. Gwaza.
Yes.
And if I can go through that very quickly, Mr. Smith was appointed in December 2019 when Mr. Gwaza was still an employee of CSA.
Yes.
Mr. Smith was then appointed on a fixed-term basis or independent contractor basis in April 2020.
Yes.
At that particular stage, Mr. Gwaza was still an employee.
Yes.
Correct? And then when was Mr. Gwaza first suspended?
Mr. Gwaza was suspended 30th November 2020.
Okay. And was there a disciplinary procedure that was followed after that?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
There was.
And what was Mr. Gwaza found guilty of? You deal with that in paragraph
But
145.
it's sub judice.
It's sub judice as well,
Again,
yeah.
yes.
So
Still
yes.
sub judice, yeah.
All right. So and he makes the similar point in paragraph 146.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm glad to say, Mr. Chairman, I've completed before the time allocated to me.
Good. And I'm glad to say that I'm not allowing any more comments to be made by anyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. My excuse, Chair.
Yeah, there were people who raised concerns about, the Office of the Transformation Ombudsman being here. And then they will say, can you see this sweetheart relationship between Mr. Moseki and the chairman? But we are neighbors. Yeah. No, thank you very much for.
And I do hope that we definitely make sure that we stay out of your way.
And it ends there.
No. Without being facetious, thank you very much. I mean, look, we will need the wisdom of a Solomon. I certainly will have to look at every annexure that you have put to your affidavit. And I hope I'll rise to your expectation that, there is a need for this matter to be dealt with properly, and you are welcoming the establishment of this project, SJN project, if only because, it gives everybody an opportunity to reflect.
No, absolutely, Chair.
on
I
what
think it's
is
quite
happening.
important for, as I said earlier when I started, for cricket in South Africa. You know, sometimes it's quite good to reflect. I think Edward Khoza made that valid point in Corey earlier that sometimes you might not be aware of things that might be happening.
Yeah.
And by this forum, I think there's been quite a lot of learnings and lessons that have come out, you know, and we do hope to get better and for cricket to get better in South Africa from this, you know. So it has been quite important for us.
Thank you very much. The chairperson was here, but he's due for 12:30. He wanted to make closing remarks. So let's adjourn till 12:30.
Unless you want me to check with him if he's ready to start earlier.
Oh,
5 minutes.
5 minutes. You see? She's my legal advisor. She
And your
advised.
timekeeper.
So that takes us. Yes, yeah. Quarter past. Yeah. 12:15. We'll do it.
I think you might be ready because.
Yes, I think they were ready.
Oh, I'm sorry for not sticking to the time I had indicated, 15:15. Chair, we are in your house, and you are not a witness. You are not going to be subjected to any cross-examination. All we really are privileged in is the fact that at the end of it, just as there were scene setters at the beginning, I think you were one of those, it is quite appropriate that you should desire to talk to us as we today wind off the SJN process. And I also am quite happy, and those are the terms that we have indicated to Mr. Holding, that Mr. Michael Holding has agreed to come and have a conversation with us. And I saw that you already tweeted that this is going to be
I didn't know you wanted to check.
No, it's just that there is so much expectation. It's just that the time differences, I would have loved that it should come immediately after your closing remarks. But the time differences between us and where he is, I think it's a 7-hour time difference. So we will hear him at 3 o'clock, and you will be most welcome to listen in. If for no other reason, but for the fact that he seems to have been a cricketer of note in his time, and that is the point you made. But the floor is yours now, Chair, as we close these hearings after a period that seems to have been forever, given the time that you started with the other scene setters to address us.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity to deliver this closing address from the side of the board. I'm just won't take you long. I want to share some reflections that as a board we have of this process. But before I do that, let me also thank you for inviting Mr. Holding to come and present some thoughts to these hearings. I think it's very fitting that someone of his stature in the game and someone who has spoken very passionately and emotively about issues of discrimination in cricket generally shares his thoughts. I've had the privilege of just having finished reading his book, Why We Kneel, How We Rise. And it really is an inspirational story. So congratulations on securing Michael Holding to speak to us this afternoon. But Chair, the Board of Cricket South Africa is committed, as I said previously, to the constitutional principles and values of transparency, accountability, Ubuntu, and nation building. And not only in words, but in our actions. We are committed to put into action whatever steps are necessary to achieve the 3 pillars of our new strategic plan, these being access, inclusivity, and excellence. And it is only by understanding and recognizing the discrimination in our past that we can chart the way forward. This present board of Cricket South Africa is still a very young board. We were appointed as recently as the 22nd of June 2021, just over 4 months ago. We took office amidst much turmoil and confusion, and when the game was at its lowest ebb. One of our first tasks was the issue of the SJN process, which was initiated by our predecessors. We had no hesitation in supporting this SJN process, and we committed the necessary resources to ensure its success. In early July 2021, at your invitation as the Ombudsman, I delivered an opening address at these hearings. The points I made during that address included the following. First, I noted that this initiative would be fully independent. Our role as the board would be to be good listeners with an open mind and without preconceived ideas. Second, I explained that the board would refrain from commenting publicly on the ongoing process of these hearings and the evidence that it would unveil. I explained that we would only respond once we had considered your final report to ensure that we protect the independence, autonomy, and integrity of this project. Thirdly, I emphasized that, in the board's view, this SJN project is a critically important one to restore the credibility and the reputation of the cricket family, to acknowledge the injustices of the past, to heal the divisions of that past, and to lay the foundations for a better and more egalitarian and successful future for our game. Chair, I'm happy to say that all three of those principles remain intact. The board has fully respected your independence without any interference. The board has steadfastly avoided commenting publicly on the ongoing process of the hearings and the evidence that it has unveiled. And the board continues to view this project as being a critically important initiative to help guide us as we seek to bring dignity, fairness, equity, and harmony to the cricketing family. Indeed, it is precisely because of the importance of this process that the board agreed to your request to grant an extension for the SJN report to be delivered. The board did so because of the need for proper procedure to be followed and for you to have sufficient time to complete your report. At the same time, the board was mindful that there is a significant degree of urgency in getting your report and recommendations so that the board can begin to deal with the issues concerned, which, as I have said, are of great importance. In balancing these considerations, the board extended the SJN process by a full 2 months, resulting in a total period of 8 months for the process since it began on 1 April 2021, and is making the necessary budget available for this purpose. While maintaining its silence during the process, the board and its members have been following your proceedings extremely closely. We are trying to be the good listeners I mentioned in my opening address. We have noted with real concern, and to be frank, with a great deal of heartache, some of the experiences of some who have testified. We do not wish to anticipate what the findings of the Ombudsman will be on the veracity of that testimony. But what is clear is that some of that testimony, if indeed it is accepted, reflected conduct that has no place in a society premised on human dignity and equality. Moreover, the need for these issues to be ventilated confirms the critical need for this SJN process as a way of understanding and dealing with the challenges facing South African cricket. From our close observation of the process as it unfolded, some of the important issues that have emerged during the hearings and that will require the board's attention going forward are the following. First, the question of this system for remuneration of players, and in particular the concerns around the remuneration of non-playing members of Proteas squads. Secondly, the need for greater clarity and certainty around selection policies. Thirdly, the processes and systems for the appointments of senior CSA officials. Fourthly, a system or process for dealing with concerns by players or officials who suffer unfair discrimination. Fifthly, the need to develop cricket at school and club level that ensures that every South African who wishes to play cricket has the opportunity to do so and to have her or his talent and passion nurtured and developed. The board is already giving consideration to these issues and how they should be dealt with. Your recommendations will provide important additional insights in this regard. In keeping with this approach of respecting your independence, you will have noted that the Cricket South Africa board has deliberately refrained from filing any response to the issues raised during the hearing and which were dealt with in the notification received by CSA from your legal team. Instead, it has been CSA management that has done so. We have adopted this stance very deliberately and for two reasons. First, virtually all of the conduct raised concern events before this board took office in June this year, and much of it a long time before that. As a new board, we do not have the necessary personal, factual knowledge to respond on these issues, whereas CSA management is better placed to assist in this regard, as they are in possession and control of all of the necessary and relevant documentation and records. Secondly, this was necessary to respect the process. Given that you will be reporting to and making recommendations to the board, we did not think it was appropriate for us to be making detailed submissions to you. Doing so would have meant that one of the umpires would become a player. I hope that you have found the CSA management statements and testimony helpful. As those statements made expressly clear, their purpose, quite rightly, was not to adopt an adversarial stance, particularly not regarding the lived experience of those who have raised their concerns about the lack of transformation in cricket. Rather, their purpose was simply to try to ensure that you had the full factual context for these issues raised. This is obviously critical to enable a meaningful report and recommendations. But we do emphasize that the management board distinction is not intended to avoid our responsibility as a board. We remain fully committed to accepting responsibility for whatever wrongs and injustices that may have been perpetrated in the name or on behalf of Cricket South Africa as an organization. This applies in all areas, from governance failures to racial and gender discrimination. Chair, we cannot erase the wrongs of the past, but we can and must ensure that those wrongs are not repeated in future. Tata Madiba, in his inauguration address in May 1994, said, and I quote, "Never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another." It is a blight on our society and on the game of cricket that 27 years later we need to be reminded of these words. This year we commemorate 30 years of unification in cricket, when the racially segregated boards of the apartheid era came together to form the United Cricket Board of South Africa, paving the way for our readmission into international cricket. Regrettably, what we have heard during the course of this SJN process demonstrates how far we still have to go to proclaim a united cricket family. I emphasize that the board is committed to dealing meaningfully with the issues that have arisen during these hearings. Indeed, this board recognizes that whether or not there was a formal SJN process, it would have had to deal meaningfully with these issues anyway. We consider this SJN process as critical in assisting us to do so. So we look forward to the report and will engage with it and its recommendations in order to assist ensuring that we do indeed move the game of cricket onto a new and different trajectory. We are thus committed to considering the findings and the recommendations with an open mind. We will look at the report objectively, having regard to our social justice obligations and our duties as guardians of the game in the Republic of South Africa. The board's commitment to eradicating race and gender discrimination was demonstrated as recently as Monday night this week. It was then that the board unanimously agreed to issue a directive requiring all Proteas players to adopt a consistent and united stance against racism by taking the knee prior to the start of their remaining World Cup matches. This was because the board felt that it was imperative for the team to be seen to be taking a united and consistent stand against racism, especially given South Africa's history. As you know, Chair, taking the knee is a global gesture against racism adopted by sportspeople across sporting codes because they recognize the power sport has to bring people together. I also wish to inform you that the board has been earnestly engaged in developing a 5-year strategy for Cricket South Africa and addressing the issues that have surfaced in the SJN hearings are an integral part of that strategic planning exercise. This plan is structured around 3 pillars: access, inclusivity, and excellence, and is aimed at enabling every cricket player in South Africa to fully explore and express their talent, passion, and love for the game, making cricket attractive to all. It is a framework for fundamental and sustainable change. As part of this strategy of repositioning Cricket South Africa, the board has already begun engagements with a range of stakeholders: the Members' Council, national players in both the women's and men's teams, employees, the South African Cricket Association, commercial and broadcast partners, to ensure that all stakeholders are aligned on the way forward. We need to earn respect, to build trust, and develop a shared vision for the future of the game. The board would like to thank you for all your efforts thus far and those still to come in the compilation of your report. We know that your report will be an important piece in charting the way forward and recalibrating cricket into the sport that all South Africans can be proud of and want it to be. We also thank all those that made written submissions and gave oral testimony during these hearings. We appreciate that it is time-consuming and can also be expensive to get the assistance to deliver a well-structured written submission and to prepare for the giving of oral testimony. Chair, I assure you that the board will deeply reflect on your report and recommendations contained in them and will look to address these matters without delay. Once again, Chair, I thank you for availing yourself to preside over this most important and critical part of South Africa's cricket journey. We certainly think it's going to be a turning point, and we are grateful to you for all you have done. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Chair, and on behalf of those who were assisting me and will continue to assist me, I cannot thank you enough just for the gesture that you have made. You didn't just become one of the scene setters who test well, who addressed us right from the beginning. You have done the appropriate thing to to indicate to us how seriously your board takes this entire project and how forward-looking you are to such a report as the Ombudsperson will have to put before you. And I can only promise that we will do our best in reflecting the evidence in all its forms, from those who made allegations and from those who made refutations or rebuttals of the allegations, and for us to find which best way we can move the game of cricket to be what it purported to be, or it purported to want to be in 1991 when unification was taken. A decision on unification was taken 30 years down the line. the board, the Cricket South Africa board, found it necessary, even if it was just as a matter of wanting to know, but it found itself in a position where it has had to decide on a social justice and nation building program and saw to it that with the strictures of time and the strictures of financing the entire, project, it was a project well worth undertaking. And we only hope that what we have had will give us the wisdom to evaluate what was brought before us and for us to be able to make clear recommendations to your good selves in the board, which will enable you to take the necessary steps without you having to guess what it is that we were indicating to the board by way of findings and by way of recommendations. It's a Herculean task, I have to say, Mr. Chair. But I've got people who are assisting me who I believe will rise to the occasion and assist me even in this final undertaking that I need to do. If the report is good, it will be my report. If it is not, then it will be our report. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving us this opportunity to listen to you and to get a sense of what the aims of the board are and what the expectations of the board are. And as I said, I hope we'll rise to the occasion. We are now at 1:15 and it's lunchtime. I believe our next hearing, well, if you can call it that, will be when we entertain our guest, who, because of time differences, is probably still asleep by now. And but I understand that we will commence that session at 1500 hours South African time. And therefore we are adjourned till that time. We'll probably have to meet here at 14:30 just to make sure that the connection will be what it should be. We are adjourned until 1500.
come from broadcast where it's highlights packages and people sit and watch.
Yeah.
You know, social media, people don't have time while flipping. So even like, sometimes it doesn't really justify social media person, but like sometimes if you do things, you just want to have a clip of the coach saying 2 sentences. No, it was a good game, we're really happy, done. And that's what like the big football clubs do well. It's like they'll just take like a 15-second snippet out of the press conference and just like Ollie was very unhappy with the boys, and then like you'll see the little press conference clip. That's it. There's no like minute-long highlights package and this and that. Then they go goal of the day or player of the day. You know, they build segments into each game. You know, it's quick and short. It's like, fuck, this is cool. You know. Now we come from broadcast. I like to put inserts together. I like to. Just
Okay. Shut up.
I like to put a little structure together, make a nice thing. Yeah, you get just, but yeah, that it can go for broadcast as well. Because with the Titan stuff we do, because SuperSport's a sponsor, partner, whatever, I always shoot and do everything that should Sanella say to me, please send it to Blitz. I literally just have to export it
Within the specs.
to Blitz's specs. Because it's already all shot and edited in spec. I just send it on that res. Because, who was it? Carl Abbott. Carl Abbott came to the Titans. Fucking lacquer story. I did a press pack for it. Okay? I did an interview, I did overlay, and I did photos. That we sent out to everybody, a press pack. Then I did a little 1-minute piece for social media. Do you know what Blitz used? They used the freaking Instagram story on Blitz.
Because it was a minute and it was already cut.
But they took it off a phone or a... I said, but guys, ask me, I'll give you a high res. Here they've got a fucking border with the fucking thing on it. Courtesy of Titans TV. It looked dog shit. Dog shit. I was like, guys, what the fuck is this? Guys, what is this?
Just need a request.
Just tell Sanella you want and you will get. It's
Especially
there.
for somebody who just came into the club and it was specifically done for him.
And you know, after all the hype around him, like, guys, I'll give it to you. It's there. You can have it. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Yes, it was like the guys are pissed. I mean, because we've got the fucking high quality stuff you can broadcast as is. So why on earth would you do something like that? Ugh. I don't know. It's the shit that you sit with. And by the way, you've got a whole press pack. You can even put your own story together. Because I've given you the interview
because you've
raw.
got the footage.
I've given you the interview raw. I've just cut my story from that interview.
Cut the production.
I've given you all the overlay. I've given you everything.
What total did they get to? Let me guess, 98?
They're gonna win. Check it this. 143. 37 for 2 after 7.
43 is not too
Yeah,
bad.
but they're
At the
7.4.
rate they will go in.
37 for 2.
No, from the dashes. Yeah. No, I meant West Indies, they are inning. I didn't think they would.
No, they were
over 100.
I didn't think they'd get to 100. I wonder who dominated there.
I am sure you're on the level.
6. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got paid.
4. Well, let's quickly see what the West Indies, who did what.
Hello.
The last 5 overs, they must have clapped it.
Yeah,
They must have- Let's see if it was Kieran Pollard or Dwayne Bravo.
No, you can always rely on Dwayne.
Yeah.
Always. It's like when Chris big feature.
Yeah.
You know, when he comes in, guaranteed 6s and 4s. Boundaries are low.
Okay, so Pollard got 14 of 18, Andre Russell got nothing, Puran got 40 of 22.
That's good.
Bravo got 1. Jason Holder got 15 of 5.
That's good.
Strike rate of 300. Puran 40 of 22, strike rate of 180. Yeah, that's very good.
This network is like my home network when there's no electricity.
Hey?
This network is
What
the
network are you on?
It's the Amanda guest one. It's
Okay.
fine. Don't worry, it's fine. It's already getting there. For 25 over
No,
30
man.
minutes to download one.
No, man, you must climb onto the...
Well, I just logged in now. The whole time I've just been logged on the cell phone. Only like this.
Have I not given you the Wi-Fi for the cell phone?
Yeah, the cell phone is proper. You get me.
But your cell phone should connect to your laptop?
I think, am I not on the guest as well?
No, I think I've put you on corporate.
Yeah.
Oh, you're on guest?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I put you on the corporate.
Yeah. But I mean, it's okay. On the cell phone, it's been good. All I check is like messages and check social media there and more. This is just taking forever to download the gig and a half. Okay. Okay, now it's picking up pace. Okay, there, at least now it's picking up pace.
It should be like, it's because that's for journalists and everyone else that comes and
This
fucks
is
around
just to
here.
check your email and whatnot.
Hey, man.
Thank you for the coffee.
Very welcome.
Lovely.
Oh, you're already on mic.
No, no.
No, not yet. We're not live
And with the
yet.
bag and like I'm going shopping. Excuse me?
Yeah.
So I thought it was Steve. And not Stevie.
That's my nickname. So
Oh, which is Steve.
Steve. Actually, Steven.
Oh, he's Steven.
But
So it's
any
Steve,
Steve,
Steven.
Steven, Stevie,
Oh, yeah.
whatever.
Okay.
It is what it is.
There's an interview that the Ombudsman wanted to play before my call holding comes out. And we don't have a video of it. We don't have like a...
Yeah.
Yeah, so do you know how we can...
Where is the video?
It's on YouTube. So just...
It's on YouTube. Let's see what we can do for you.
Thanks so much, you guys have helped. You said without the ads. This is not the ads.
Yeah. What is the video called? Where
Say
will I
Michael
find it?
Holding. Michael Holding. It's this one, West Indies legend. Michael Holding. Great stuff discussing West Indies.
Hang on. West. breaks down discussing racism.
Yeah.
There's 14 minutes.
But he says he wants to go straight into the video. I think it's in about 20. I don't know, do you think it's necessary to play the video now?
Who wants to play the video?
I understand because he says he wants that to sort of.
So he wants this to play.
Yeah, but doesn't want the video that part. Just wants to go straight into it. What do you think? Do you think we should? Because he's only here for an hour, so he just stressed that to me. Let me just tell him. He stressed that to me that he's only available between 8 and 9 this time, just 3 and 4 with us. And like that's the max. And so if this video is like 10, 12 minutes, then I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. How long is Michael going to speak for? That's the other thing you need to ask yourself.
He's only available for an hour.
The great shock around the age of 5 or 6 or 7 to discover the flag which you have pledged allegiance along with everybody else has not pledged allegiance to you. It comes as a great shock to discover that Gary Cooper killing off the Indians when you were rooting for Gary Cooper.
I thought I like this.
That the Indians
You're
were
making
you.
all of us look bad. We're like a student.
It comes as a great shock to discover that the country which is your
I'm prepared for the
birthplace
exam.
and to which you owe
So,
your
Tata
life and
Utibana,
your
sorry, I
identity
must just let you know he's only available for the hour between 8 and 9. So, for us, 3 and 4. So, it is reserved that hour for us. That's his max.
and the gap between one person and another
We're just going to listen to
only on
him.
the basis of the color of their
Yes. So,
skin
do you still want to
is
play
there.
that video, ne?
And accelerates,
Steve Benton and I.
accelerates throughout a whole lifetime. So that presently you realize you're
With
30
15 minutes.
I can go
and are having a terrible time managing to
15,
trust
yeah.
do a quick swap.
your country.
It's about, 15.
By the time you are 30,
I can plug
you have been through a certain kind of mill.
But you wanted that too. Tell like a mind, whichever way the ombuds wants to.
Is again not to catalog the disaster.
Yeah, I think it would be nice but mamela bantu.
The taxi
Yeah,
drivers,
yeah.
the waiters, the
Ease
landlords,
into it,
the
ne?
banks,
Into it.
Okay,
insurance
get the
companies,
money.
the millions of details, 24 hours of every day,
YouTube.
which spell out to you that you are a worthless human being. It is not that. It's by that time you've begun to see it happening in your daughter or your son or your niece or your nephew. You are 30 by now, and nothing you have done has helped you to escape the trap. But what is worse than that is that nothing you have done, and as far as you can tell, nothing you can do, will save your son or your daughter from meeting the same disaster and not impossibly coming to the same end. Now,
How long is the cable for the laptop?
we're speaking about expense. I suppose there are several ways to address this.
You can't tell me who invented the light bulb, right? Thomas Edison, right? Everybody knows Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. Thomas Edison...
Yes. It will be good morning to you. It's afternoon here in South Africa. Can I just? There is a clip that I wanted us to play, where it seems to me, where it all happened. They have that clip. I think it's the interview with Sky, because that's how I got to.
Yes.
Yes. If they can just play that, I only hope it's only a couple of minutes long. How long? Is it 15? Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, so no problem. I'm in your hands.
Oh, yes. All right. Guys.
Cricket, but when rain delayed play, Michael Holding instead delivered a powerful and moving speech on race. The Sky Sports pundit and legendary West Indian fast bowler fought back tears as he called for an end to institutional racism and for meaningful education on black history.
You can't tell me who invented the light bulb, right? Thomas Edison, right? Everybody knows Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. Thomas Edison invented a light bulb with a paper filament. It burned out.
Maybe let's deal with that at the end, if there is time, because Mr. Holding is... I think perhaps let me make some introductory remarks, and if there's time at the end, within the hour that we have, for us to, to play that clip that apparently sparked it all. I just need to make the following, because there will be people who are watching this thing. Disclaimers. One is that Mr. Holding is not a witness here at these proceedings. He's my guest and my special guest at that. And the purpose is really not for you or for him to testify or even make pronouncements or sit in judgment of the sport in the Republic of South Africa per se. I would like to think that, given the role of how your speech to Sky Television, which was very fortuitous, because you were waiting for something and then you ended up, making this speech to Sky News. But it's now historical fact that that speech clearly impacted the cricketing world. And therefore, it is a moment that I felt having you today here as we conclude the social justice and nation building project hearings. Your coming and having a conversation with us would be one of the best things that could have happened. I'm personally moved by your modesty, your humbleness, and your indicating that you don't want to come across as a know-it-all, hence your stated and preferred way of coming to this platform as my guest, and a special guest, I need to say, and that we can engage with you, I and my two assistants here. This is Mr. Sandile July on my left, and this is Fumisa Ngele on my right. They are the people who are assisting me in this project, which we sought in which we have been asked to see or to investigate to what extent gender and or race impacted on the cricketing sporting code called cricket. Initially, when I listened to the interview you had with Sky, one of them, because there have been many that I've been able to see, I thought that this is where we can begin our conversation. It's just that we are not able to do so now because the technicians are still struggling with having that. But I am very, very glad that we are able to communicate. I'm stronger in the view after I read your book. This is the book that I read last night, and I haven't really, even come to the end. I don't know whether the camera is able to portray the book. This book is Why We Kneel, How We Rise, and it's authored by you, sir. And at the back of the book, your publishers have this to say: this is a book that will stay with you. I tell you, it stayed with me last night, and it's still staying with me. It will shock you, it will educate you, and inspire you. It's the history of why we kneel and the hope of how we rise. and your publishers say it was an electrifying moment in the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd and the hashtag Black Lives Matter protests that followed. A rain delay during a test match gave Michael Holding the opportunity to speak live on Sky Sports. For the first time, he spoke about racism, about the racism he has suffered and that he has seen all around him his whole life. Within minutes, he started receiving calls from sports stars all over the world, offering to help him spread his message further. Now, in Why We Kneel, How We Rise, Holding shares his story together with those of some of the most iconic athletes in the world, including Usain Bolt, Adam Goods, Thierry Henry, Michael Johnson, Ibtihaj Muhammad, Makhaya Ntini, Naomi Osaka, and Hope Powell. To understand the racism of today, Holding explores history, the uncomfortable and unedited history that has been ignored for far too long. He tells the stories left untold about accomplishments of black people throughout history and emphasizes the importance of education as a tool to achieve equality. Through his conversations with sporting legends, Holding explains how racism dehumanizes people and how it feels to be treated differently due to the color of your skin. In turns, inspiring and devastating, enlightening and shocking, Why We Kneel, How We Rise is a powerful, poignant, and personal exploration of racism with a message of hope for real change. By learning together, we can rise together. I thought this was a beautiful place to start, Michael, if you will allow me to say so. And I think I like the way you characterize why we kneel and the contextualization of the kneeling, because it's something that was sparked by the murder of Floyd, and it spread throughout the world. It's still controversial in this country as it was, and it has been in many other countries. People voluntarily take the kneel, people don't voluntarily take the kneel, or by not kneeling at all. And perhaps to kick you off in this conversation, in this book, there is somewhere where you say, this is what I said to Sky Sports, and I quote you, I want to expand on education. When I say education, I mean going back in history. What people need to understand is that this thing stems from a long time ago, hundreds of years ago. The dehumanization of the black race is where it started. People will tell you, that's a long time ago, man, please get over it. No, you don't get over things like that. Society has not gotten over something like that, so how can individuals? I didn't quite understand as a young man what brainwashing meant. I now understand. People, black people and white people, have been brainwashed in different ways. Everything should be taught. In my school days, I was never taught anything good about black people, and you cannot have a society that is brought up like that, where you only teach what is convenient to the teacher. History is written by the conqueror, not by those who are conquered. History is written by the people who do the harm, not by the people who are harmed. We need to go back and teach both sides of history. Until we do that and educate the entire human race, this thing will not stop. We need to teach and re-educate. As a lot of black people in this world are growing up believing that they are lesser than other people, and that cannot be right. I think that's as good a place to start at as any. And can we get a sense what really sparked this all this emotion?
First of all, sir, can I say thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you and to have this discussion this morning, this afternoon, your time. It's really a privilege and an honor to be involved in something as huge as this that is going on in South Africa. As you said, I'm not here as a witness. I'm not here to try and judge anyone that is being interviewed or anything that is happening in the Social Justice Nation Building Commission and the inquiry. But I would just like to give my side of the story as far as what I believe and what I would hope for the future of mankind. You expressed a lot of things, or read a lot of things expressed in the book about what I'm hoping for and what we are hoping to achieve. I think if you read the book and people who are willing to learn and willing to get information, they can see exactly how and why racism started. It started because a set of people wanted to subjugate another set of people. And the only way they could subjugate that set of people was for them to feel that they were superior and the other set of people were inferior. And so they brought along these pseudoscientists to try and prove through their theories that one race was more intelligent, one race was more forward-thinking, one race was more advanced than another. And eventually they would get to the point that when they started to subjugate this other race, they would not feel the guilt because they would say to themselves, we are superior. We are not doing any harm. These people are inferior to us, so we should not ever feel guilty about what we are doing. And that can be seen through history. This is not something that I'm making up. This is not something that has been an idea or an opinion. It is factual, and you can go back and get all the information that you like. Since I have written this book, sir, I have had no one that has tried to contradict the contents or to try to find anything that is false about the contents, because they can't. It is not something that is opinionated. It is a factual book. All the facts that are in this book can be traced back. They can be explored. They can try and find information about it in all different avenues. What I'm trying to say to people is this. We are all human beings. We all came from the same thing. If you go back into history, everyone, all the scientists, all the people who know what they are doing, who have ever explored this thing, say that mankind started in Africa many thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. And people's characteristics, their skin color, for instance, changed and altered depending on where they migrated to. It is well known that even if you're a dark-skinned person and you live in a country that doesn't get a lot of sun, you automatically get lighter. You won't get white in your lifetime because you won't live long enough for you to become white. But if you automatically are getting lighter in your short lifetime of 50, 60, 70, or even 80 years, it is obvious that people that have lived for hundreds and thousands of years under those conditions will automatically, eventually lose the melanin in their skin because it is not needed, and they will become white. So people who think that white people were born different to black people years and hundreds and thousands of years ago, they are sadly mistaken. We are all coming from the same place, and depending on our migration through history and throughout the world and where we go, our characteristics change. That is one thing that I'd like people to recognize, that we are all one. If you look at the history, again, when we talk about the treatment of people, and we talk about the dehumanizing of the black race, many stories are there that show that as an example. If you look at the history of the slave trade, there's a ship. You can Google it, you can look it up. This is not, again, an opinion or a hearsay. It is in black and white. There was a ship carrying slaves from Africa, a British-owned ship. They got to a point sailing back from Africa where they were stranded. There was no wind, they could get nowhere. People started to get sick, and they decided that they needed to jettison some of the people on that ship. They threw them overboard. 100 and odd slaves were thrown overboard because they could not feed everyone, they could not look after everyone with the ship stranded. When they eventually got to Britain, the owner of that ship claimed insurance for the cargo. Note what they said, the cargo they were carrying. These human beings were considered cargo, and it was argued that they were not human, and they claimed insurance for their cargo and eventually won their case. So we're going many, many years back and talking about the dehumanization, but that is where it starts. When you dehumanize a set of people, then it is pretty difficult then for people to recognize that, hey, we are all the same. People are going to say, as you read in the book, oh, that's a long time ago. Yes, it was a long time ago. But people's thought processes have not changed that much. We still have people today that believe because their skin is dark, they are inferior to people who have white skin. I go back 60 years, 70 years, when my mother was getting married. This is not thousands of years ago. My mother was a brown-skinned Jamaican. Her complexion was like a Cape Town color. She wanted to marry a black man. Her family told her, no, you're downgrading yourself by marrying a black man. This is not 700 years ago. This is 70 years ago. She decided this was a man that she loved, and she was going to marry this man. She married the man. Her family ostracized her. I didn't know of this as a young man growing up because it was never mentioned in my family. We never discussed it. My mother never burdened us with that problem. Many, many years afterwards, I learned about it. So when people say that's a long time ago, yes, what happened with the slave ship was a long time ago. But things are embedded in people's minds, and people are taking those thought processes forward. You are a product of the society in which you grow. And if the society in which you grow has that mindset, you're going to be growing up believing what that society is teaching you. There are many examples that I can give again of that sort of thinking and that sort of attitude. I wrote about it also in my book, that lady in Central Park that was accosted by a black man, a white lady in Central Park, accosted by a black man who asked her to put her dog on a leash, which was the law. She immediately decided she was going to call the police because in her mind, again, I'm estimating because I cannot be in her mind, but from the story you can see the thought process of this lady. She is saying to herself, you are a black man. You are not supposed to be telling me, a white woman, what to do. I'm going to call the police and tell the police that you are here interfering with my life. And her mind again is thinking, the police that arrive will be white, just like me. And they will automatically think that this man is the man that is wrong because he is black. She apologized later on, because she recognized the folly of her thoughts. But again, I will say to people, because she was thinking that way, and I've said this to many people, because she was thinking that way, does not mean that she's automatically a bad person. Because a white person thinks a particular way, I am not going to blame them and say to them that they are bad people. That is their upbringing. That is the society in which they come up in, and that is their teaching. Similarly, I say to people, I was brought up in a Christian household. I believed as a young man growing up that Jesus Christ was white with blonde hair and blue eyes, because that is what I was taught. That is every image that I saw growing up. Later on in life, when I was informed and got educated, I realized that Jesus Christ could not have looked like that, coming from the part of the world that he was supposed to have come from, and at that time in history. But that is what you're taught, that is what you absorb, that is what you believe. Going back again to this situation where they talk about victimization. Just when I was writing that book, there was a story that came out about a couple in Florida. White husband, black wife. And of course, they had a multiracial kid. They wanted to mortgage their house or remortgage their house to get some funds to do something with those funds. They asked for a valuation of their property. Someone came in, gave them a valuation. I don't remember the exact figures, but let's say $320,000. The lady was skeptical about that valuation because she knew of houses on that same street, in that same neighborhood, that had been sold for more or had been valued for more. So she went to her husband and said, no, I'm not accepting this valuation, but I'm going to do a few different things. They took down every picture in that house that had a black member of the family in the picture. They removed Barack Obama's picture. They removed any books in the house by black authors and left only pictures of the husband's family, which was white. In other words, she removed all signs of blackness from the house. They called in another valuator. The valuator came. She made sure she and her son were not in the house. So all the valuator saw was the white husband and all the white trappings in the house. They got a valuation of over $100,000 more than the previous valuation, just because this house now had no black trappings, no evidence of any black person living in that house. So again, please don't tell me that I must forget about what happened hundreds of years ago, because that thought process, those inclinations, those attitudes continue and continue today. And we need to educate people so that they can understand exactly where it's coming from. And again, I want to repeat, not because people have certain thoughts in their minds and certain attitudes that they are bad people, because that is what they were taught, that is what they learned, and it's up to us to make sure they understand that it is not right. I'll give you another quick story, sir, before you come back in. In England this year, as you'd expect, I have a lot of friends all over the world, white, black, Asian, all sorts. And in England this year, a white friend of mine who actually is a horse trainer, he called me and he said, Mikey, I want to come and see you. And I said, absolutely. He came, he sat down in my living room and he said to me, first thing he said to me, he said, Mikey, I want to apologize to you. I'm flabbergasted. I have no idea what he's apologizing for. He has never done me anything. And I said, what's this all about? He said, you know I'm a big football fan. I go to every home game that my team plays. And I was getting frustrated and tired of watching these footballers take the knee. And I voiced it as well. I didn't just sit there. I voiced my frustration and my disagreement with it. But after reading your book, I now understand why they are doing it. And I hope they continue until they get justice and they see change. Now, if this gentleman can be educated to the point where he can understand what life is all about and what has been going on and what people have been going through, it means, sir, that others can too. There are a lot more good people in this world than bad people, but they need to be educated. They need to be made aware. And those who know, they need to stop being silent, because being silent means you're complicit. You can say to yourself, I am not racist, but then you see someone do a racist act or you see someone make a racist comment and you sit there and say nothing. that means you're condoning it. You're being complicit. I would like the good people to stop being silent and to make sure that they drown out the bad people.
Now, there is somewhere in your book where you say the question no athlete, black or white, wants to be asked is whether they have been picked for the team because of the color of their skin, rather than the mental, physical, and technical ability they possess in their chosen sport. And then you write and say, meet Makhaya Ntini. He knows what I'm talking about. Makhaya played 101 test matches, the pinnacle of cricket for South Africa. He took 390 wickets. Like me, he was a fast bowler. He is retired now, and I've had the pleasure of getting to know him in the commentary box. Only 2 other South Africans have taken the wickets than Makhaya for South Africa. He's a legend, a true great of the game and the personification of black talent. He was also the first black person to represent South Africa in cricket. So get out of the way and say it nicely. If you suggest that Makhaya was only picked to tick boxes about what a post-apartheid South Africa team should look like, it should be on the merit he bristles as he sits talking to me from his kitchen at his home in East London on the Eastern Cape. Don't tell me that I'm a quota player after 50 or 60 matches, or that I started because of the quota system. But then you also tell the story of how he got the opportunity because he went to a white school. And of course, you relate the story of how traumatic it was for him when he went to that school, because he didn't speak the language, he didn't understand what was going on. And if you can just share with us your remembrance of that story that moved you so much that you decided Makhaya must be one of the people you must talk about in your book.
Well, the word that you used there, sir, is what inspired me to think of Makhaya and to ask him to be involved. Quota. 2 words, quota system. I've heard that used on so many occasions when referring to South African cricketers of color. Oh, they're only there because the law or the regulations say that they have to be there. They are never given full credit for their abilities. And that is something that I have spoken to Ali Baka about. I spoke to Ali Baka about that from 2003 when I came to South Africa to do the World Cup. And I suggested then that that is an unnecessary burden for people of color in South Africa to carry. When you pick someone just because you think you have to have certain boxes ticked, whether that person is good or not, they are carrying an extra burden, because there will always be people that will be saying he is only there, or she, don't want to make it gender specific, they are only there because regulations say they are to be there. That is a burden that Makhaya Ntini carried throughout his career. He spoke about it when I spoke to him for the book, and I think it is unfair. I understand initially why that was done, because I know South Africa want to see a team and want to see a society that represents all of South Africa. And people in South Africa are in a hurry to see that. And I suspect that people think that it is not regulated, that it will happen very, very, very slowly. And they want to see it happen a little bit quicker than it it is happening. I would hope that eventually it will not be necessary to stipulate or regulate things like that. But Makaya Ntini will tell you, he was a fantastic cricketer. Everybody knows that. His record proves that. And not just in the latter stages of his career. From early in his career, he proved himself to be of worth and to belong there. But he kept on carrying that burden of being pointed at as being there only because regulations say that he has been there. And the other aspect about Makaya Ntini, and what I spoke to Ali Baka about on numerous occasions, because I get along quite well with Mr. Baka, Dr. Baka. And each time I come to South Africa, we spend time together. What I would like to see, and this is not just for South Africa and for people in sport, what I would like to see is opportunities being equal. Everyone given the opportunity to develop in whatever they are doing. I don't like the idea of scouts going out in the villages or different parts of the world, wherever, and hand-picking people and taking them out of their comfort zone to put them somewhere else for them to try to develop. I would like to see the development process start wherever that person is from. Go there and put the infrastructure in place so that everyone in that particular era, everyone all around, get the same opportunities to develop. And that way, the cream will naturally rise to the top. If you were not as strong a person as Makaya Ntini, because everyone knows I'm not talking about physical strength, I'm talking about strength of character. If Makaya Ntini was not a strength of character as he is, or as he was growing up as a young man, I am absolutely sure he would have fallen by the wayside. When I talk to him and I hear what he went through, and as you mentioned, sir, going to a school where he could not speak the language, he didn't know what was happening around him, he had to find somebody that could help him to go through the process. He had to be a strong person of character to go through all that. Not everyone can manage that. So I would love to see opportunities given to everyone all over, and not go and handpick or cherry pick people out of different places to then put them in a foreign environment and then hope that they develop. Because that's what you're doing. You're hoping.
Yes. There is a no, but you could.
Okay. There's a part in the book. Oh,
yeah.
There's a part in the book where you talk about Makaya Ntini not using the bus
yeah,
that is used by all the players. Yes. Can you, for the benefit of those who don't have the book?
Well, that is something, again, Makaya Ntini explained to me, because we all know that Makaya Ntini is extremely fit, or was extremely fit when he was playing with South Africa. We all know the stories of him running to the ground and running back from the ground. And me, and I would think a lot of people, thought that was just part of his training regime, that he wanted to continue running, he wanted to be as fit as he possibly could, and that was it. That was the full story. When Makaya Ntini spoke to me, he explained to me the reason that he ran to the ground and did not take the bus, because he felt as if he did not belong. When he went on the bus, he felt as if he did not belong, because he was treated as if he did not belong. He was treated as if he was there just because the regulations say that he should be there. Makaya Ntini also spoke about the fact that he would go for breakfast in the morning. He would sit at a table. He would be one of the early ones there. He would sit at a table. His teammates would come in. They would sit at another table and leave him by himself at his table. The other teammates would come in. They'd go and join their other teammates at that other table, and he would be alone at his table. And he was there trying to comfort himself, because that is basically how I read it. He's trying to comfort himself by saying, maybe they just have things that they need to discuss amongst themselves, why they don't want to sit with me. And then later on, it grew on him that that was not really the reason, that he was not considered one of them. He was not considered a full-fledged member of the team. He had been there again later on in his career for quite some time. I played cricket. I know about team meetings. I know about committees that are formed within teams. I know about senior members of teams. I know all about that. So I can understand exactly what he's talking about when he says to me, there were committees formed within the team, supposedly senior members of the team to discuss things, and he was never called to be a part of that committee. People who joined the team long after him automatically became senior because of the color of their skin. That can't work. That should never happen. And Makaya Ntini suffered all that. I'm thankful to him to bear it out and to deal with it and to be still so successful. And again, that shows the strength of character of the man. But those things, hopefully, gentlemen and ladies, will be something of the past soon. Hopefully, people will recognize, even those who did things like that perhaps did not recognize the hurt and the harm they were doing and the attitude that they had wasn't right. But hopefully, they will all learn and they will recognize their faults and recognize their mistakes, and they will be willing to change, willing to learn, willing to change, because that is what we need.
Now, there is somewhere where I got reminded of something that was said about the team in the West Indies, what they did. I mean, the West Indian team, what they did to their counterparts in the UK. And you will know this story. You'll remember this story when you hear what Makaya says to you. He says, at school, because he couldn't speak English or understand what was being said, his classmates thought they could be racist without him knowing. But he knew. And he had his way of getting his own back. I just want to remember. Yeah, he says, being the only black guy was always going to be a big issue, he says. But I had one good friend, and he would tell me what was said. So at the next training session, I would say to the coach, give me the ball. When that guy comes in to bat, I bowl at him, and I bowl fast at his body and head. He understood that, word got around. Now, I remember that that there is a similar story that is said about a West Indian team when they went to the UK, and apparently because of an attitude towards them, they said, okay, we'll see in the match. And I'm told that the way they bowled was legendary. So
yeah, but the thing about that, sir, is that we didn't just bowl that way to particular teams or particular people. We bowl that way to everyone. The Indians will tell you that they weren't spared. The Pakistanis will tell you they weren't spared. The Australians, the English, we bowl that way to everyone, because as far as we were concerned, we had fast bowlers and bowling bouncers was part of our armory. Not that we were bowling to hurt people, but we were bowling, definitely, people who won't like the word, to intimidate batsmen. That is a part of the game. Intimidation is a part of the game. And we intended to use our power and our strength to intimidate the opposition and to win. That is a part of the game. People might not like to hear the word intimidation, but it is. It continues today, and it will continue until this game stops playing. What I'd like to say again, though, sir, is we want people to understand that what I said before, there are more good people than bad people in this world. A lot of bad people will get the attention because news people, newspapers, news networks, they like bad news. They like when people are brought in front of them who have done things that, according to them, is newsworthy. They don't highlight a lot of the good. They highlight a lot of the bad. But we must understand that it's not just what is highlighted that is taking place in the world. A lot of good things are taking place that are not highlighted. And I don't want people to lose hope. and think, oh, nothing is changing, nothing is getting better. I tell people who tell me that is utterly false. Again, in the book, Adam Goods' chapter, Adam Goods, great Australian rules footballer, who retired in his 20s because of the racist abuse that he got. But he has dedicated his life to try and fight against that and to educate people and to uplift his own people. He got to a point also where he thought to himself, nothing is changing. This thing is continuing, nothing is changing. And he sat down and told his elders that. And his elders said to him, Adam, no. What you have got to remember is where we are coming from. Don't just look at today, look at where we are coming from. It wasn't until the 1960s that indigenous people of Australia, the people that they call Aboriginals, were recognized as human beings in Australia. Before then, there were flora and fauna. They were not even counted in the census. They now can go to school. They now can go to university. They now can own businesses. In fact, the government has mandated that a certain percentage of government contracts must go to companies owned by indigenous Australians. So that is progress. You still will get some fool that will shout some racist remark or shout some racist abuse at a man of color in Australia or a person of color in Australia. But that doesn't mean that progress has not been made. And again, that person or those people that do that will hit the headlines. They will make headline news. But that does not mean there is no progress. The progress is evident. The progress is measurable. It might be too slow for some people, but it is happening, and we will continue to hope that we'll continue in the same direction. I've been to South Africa many times, sir. I have met a lot of people down there, all different races and colors, and I know there are a lot of good people down there. There are a lot of good people all over the world, and we need to just drown out and marginalize the bad.
Your book ends with one of the black authors, in a poem by one of the black authors, or poet, yes. Maya Angelou.
Maya Angelou, yes, sir.
Yes. And it's not a long poem, but it seems to me, it says exactly all the things that may have inspired you to write the book, particularly the rise part of it.
Yes, we rise.
How we rise. She says,
and we continue to rise.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I'll rise. Just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high, still I rise. Do you want to see me broken? Bowed head and lowered eyes? Shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries? You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness, but still like air, I'll rise. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I'm the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise. I rise. I rise. And you end the book there.
Yes, sir, because that is the hope. That is where I'm thinking that we will get to. That we will rise and we will get help to rise. And as I said, there are a lot of good people around that are willing to help to rise. I see it. I see it in businesses. I see it in people. I have had so much feedback from this book from various people around the world, from different organizations. I've been asked to address so many different corporations. In fact, one of them is a South African organization, Investec, who asked me to talk to them about diversity and about the same thing that we are talking about now. So I know people are opening their eyes. I know people are taking down the blinkers from their face. And I know people have empathy. I repeat it, there are a lot more good people in this world than bad.
I can't take this any further. I could have a conversation with you, sir, until the cows come home. But time is
this is a wide topic, sir.
But time is the enemy of all of us. I wish a day will come when you live long enough to see all the hopes and the dreams that you think about. When you will be able to say to all of us, when those people took a conscious decision to be symbolic about racism, and just like in the earlier years, they had expressed their distaste of racism in the Olympics as athletes by raising their hands high in the sky, and they suffered a lot of retribution for that, but they had done so. Now the symbolic gesture by those who want to express their distastefulness about racism is to take the knee. Why we kneel, how we rise, is the title of
your... I mean, just add, it is so important for people to understand why we kneel, and for people to understand that is not an aggressive move. It is not, we are not asking people to say that their race is bad. We are not asking anything like that. It's just for people to understand and to learn why we kneel, and to also understand that we can rise. And when I say we, I'm not talking about just people of color. We is just in respect of humankind. Yeah. Because I have seen a Swedish women's football team take the knee. There's no problem of race relations and color in Sweden, but they can identify with the fact that things have not been right and things need to change. So the we is not just people of color. The we is humankind, kneeling and rising together. And people need to understand that gesture. It is the worldwide accepted gesture of realizing and supporting the fact that things have not been right and we need to set them right. So kneeling is not any racist or any Marxist or any political movement. It is a human movement that we need to recognize and to accept. We need to kneel to show, and then we hopefully will all rise together.
In fact, you make the point about the movement that seems to have been inspired by the killing of Floyd, where you say, perhaps for the first time in the United States, those who marched side by side were not just black people, for instance, like in the days of Martin Luther King. Yeah, exactly. Now we had a phenomenon where there were as many white people as there were black people who were in support of the protest against the racism that led to Floyd's murder by people who should have been protecting him.
People are opening their eyes, sir. As I said, people are taking off the blinkers. People are seeing. And you are so right. I make that point, and it's 60 with Martin Luther King. perhaps 90% of the people marching, or more than 90, were black, people of color. This time around, you could see a wide range of people on the streets. Whites, Asians, blacks, mixed people, all sorts of people, because people are coming together and recognizing that the world needs fixing.
Mr. Holding, I must not hold you long. And I can only thank you for making yourself available, for waking very early, because it's still quite early in the morning in the US, but for taking the time to grace this occasion with your wise words, which are not prescriptive, in an engagement that says elsewhere, this is how things were done, and they could benefit the world. And I feel that this SJN project, even though you are not coming here either as an expert or as a witness or anything else, but your words will reverberate in this country, and I certainly must confess that I'll be thinking of it when I think of all what we have to do, which Cricket South Africa asks us to do. But this day would be poorer if we had not had your wise words. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, sir. Thank you very much for having me. And I also want to wish your commission all the best. I hope this inquiry will bring fruit. And I want to wish all of South Africa all the best going forward, because I've been there many times. I can see it as a great country, but everyone has to work together and accept each other. There are differences, yes, but the differences should not make things that difficult for us to see each other as humans and as one.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All the best.
Have a good day. We are going to be sleeping now within an hour or so.
Well, hopefully you will all sleep well, sir. All the best. Take care.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
For what it is worth, this was the last item, not only for today, come to think of it, but for the mandated period of the Social Justice and Nation Building Project hearings. I believe there will be no more hearings, and I don't know if there will be an arrangement. No, I don't think so. You know, I have to thank you guys for having been here and making sure that everything we say, or next to everything we say, is recorded, and linking us with witnesses as far away as the West Indies this afternoon. Those of us to whom this online hearings or these platforms are a novelty, are still frightened whether it will work. You always say to them, oh man, can we be connected with people in England or in the UK, in the US? And now with the time periods being what they are, 7-hour time difference. But you guys have made it happen. And we don't take these things for granted. And I have to thank you. If a need arises some day after today, that we should call you back again for another project, perhaps, we know where we'll go and look for the talent that you have provided for us to do what we have to do. And I like this team, black and white together. And yes, thank you very much, guys. Yeah. Then we are adjourned until we have to call you if we have to. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey. Egg.
Cricket, but when rain delayed play, Michael Holding instead delivered a powerful and moving speech on race. The Sky Sports pundit and legendary West Indian fast bowler fought back tears as he called for an end to institutional racism and for meaningful education on black history.
You can't tell me who invented the light bulb, right? Thomas Edison, right? Everybody knows Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. Thomas Edison invented a light bulb with a paper filament. It burnt out in no time at all. Can you tell me who invented the filament that makes these lights shine throughout? Nobody knows, because it's a black man. It was not taught in schools. Lewis Howard Latimer invented the carbon filament to allow lights to continuously shine. Who knows that? Everything should be taught. When you go back through the schooling as a young man, I remember my school days. I was never taught anything good about black people. And you cannot have a society that is brought up like that, both white and black, that only teach what's convenient to the teacher. History is written by the conqueror, not by those that are conquered. History is written by the people who do the harm, not by the people who get harmed. And we need to go back and teach both sides of history. And until we do that and educate the entire human race, this thing will not stop. They keep on telling me there's nothing called white privilege. Give me a break. I don't see any white people going into a store on Oxford Street and being followed. A black man walks in, somebody is following him everywhere he goes. That is basic white privilege. Whether that white person went in to rob the place or not is not going to be thought of that way. And things like that have to change.
Extraordinary stuff, and Michael Holding joins me now from Southampton. Good evening, Michael. Thank you for being with us. Now, you've done a lot of commentary, but that right there was possibly the most powerful thing that you have said. What impact do you hope it has?
Well, Mark, thanks for having me. Thanks for giving me the opportunity again to talk to the entire public and the world about this thing. I would hope, Mark, that it's not just something that people have heard and they will just brush it under the carpet and eventually just move on. I would hope that people will understand exactly what I'm saying and that understand exactly where I'm coming from with what I'm saying. I'm 66 years old. I'm no kid. I have been through it, I've seen it, and I've experienced it with other people. And as I said, as a young man, I was very selfish. I just said to myself, that's not affecting me. I'll just walk away, no big thing. But when you realize it's affecting so many different people over the world, and then when you realize, you see with your own eyes the victimization, you just can't keep on just saying you're going to walk away and forget it because it doesn't affect you. And that is why I had to say what I said. It was not planned. It was because it rained. Obviously, the video was planned. The video was recorded about a week or so before we came to Southampton. But I had it all pent up inside of me, and I just had to say it.
Yeah, I mean, it was unscripted, obviously, and from the heart. But your appeal was about education, for history, when taught, to include the white perspective and the black perspective.
Definitely, Mark. You see, if you go back many years, many centuries, the entire world and society was built on white people. White people did everything. And whatever you were taught in school, I spent about 9 years at high school. I wasn't that bright, so I spent a lot of time at high school. But I was never taught anything about anything that a black person did that was good. And when you grow up and that is inculcated in you, that everything good is done by the white man or anything bad is done by a black man, it cannot be good for your health. Mental health I'm talking about. You have kids growing up that they think they have absolutely no chance of achieving what other kids their same age but just with a different skin color has achieved. And that can't be good. I can give you many stories and examples. I gave some when I was speaking yesterday about the different studies that were done at Yale University. This is not just some little university in some backwoods. Yale University did these studies, and they discovered the institutionalized racism that is going on. It cannot continue like this. We have to understand that people are people. Okay, you want to write about the history of your people? What about explaining everything about that history? Everything, not just what is suitable to be explained.
Yeah, and your own personal experience since you've been playing cricket, have you experienced racism on the cricket field?
Not by cricketers. I've never had one cricketer anywhere in the world that has passed a racist remark to me. Never, ever. But of course, I spend most of my time though at fine leg and third man. And you know what people in the stands will say. So you hear it. But never, ever has a cricketer passed a racist remark to me because I wouldn't have stood for it anyway.
But what about wider society? What about just your normal life on the streets of the UK?
Lots, Mark, lots. You know, I can tell you about so many things that have happened to me here in the UK and even in Australia where I've been. In South Africa since I started going down there, lots of things. I'll give you an example of each place. Here in the UK, I was with the lady that is now my wife, who is Portuguese background. That means that she's white. And I was standing beside her in Leicester Square, waiting on a taxi. We had just gone to Chinatown to get a meal, came back out, trying to get a taxi. The taxi was heading in our direction with its lights on. I stepped out to put my hand in the road for the taxi driver to stop. He turned off the light. That's not only me. Saw it happen to friends of mine years ago. He turned off the light, and when he passed me, he turned it back on. And a West Indian, English guy, a West Indian background, across the street, saw me, shouted to me, recognized me, and said, "Mikey, you have to put her in front," which is meaning put the white lady in front, because the guy will stop for the white lady. And I shouted back to him, "I'll walk first." Yeah. That is this country. Australia, West Indies team were down there in the 80s. A group of us were in the lift because whenever we go to Australia and we stay in a hotel, they put the entire team on the same floor. So about 4 or 5 of us got into the lift to go down into the lobby. It stopped on the floor below ours. The doors opened, and a white Australian guy stood there, saw us in the lift, and decided he was not going to come into the lift. Okay, if you feel intimidated by 4 big black guys, fine. The lift door starts to close, and he shouts a racist remark just as the door is closing. So we just laugh, we go down into the lobby, we go our way. That's Australia.
Yeah.
Down to South Africa now. The first time I went to South Africa, I went with Sky. I went there on my own. The second time I went to World Cup, again, with my wife. Same white lady, our skin white, Portuguese background. We stood at the lobby trying to book in. A guy came to me, tried to book me in, and somebody walked up to her immediately to try to book her in, because in their mind she could not be with me. And that is the sort of thing, but we laugh about those things, because when I'm not living in the society, I just laugh about it. Sometimes I grimace in my head and I move on. But I cannot keep on laughing, grimacing, and moving on. It's time for change.
So my question, I think, is, after what's happened to George Floyd and all that has followed from that, Michael, do you think the time is right now? Could this be the moment where things can and possibly do change?
I think it can. I think it definitely is the moment. I've seen so many positive things since that George Floyd situation, Mark. I made a comment about the amount of white people that I see are in these protest marches. Some protest marches have more whites than blacks. I think that's a huge plus for this movement. One thing that a friend of mine even sent me on WhatsApp today, there's a gentleman in the United States, a bloodstock agent, who posted some racist remarks on his private whatever, Facebook, I don't know what to do. I'm not a big guy on social media. But it became public. Keeneland racing industry banned him immediately. Neither he nor the company he represents, the horses he's trying to sell or buy, can go to Keeneland this year. Shortly after that, his son posted on, again, some social media that it's his father. He's ashamed of what his father did, but in a way he's glad, because for the last 20 years he has been trying to have this conversation with his father about his racist remarks. Yeah. And he says he's so glad to a degree that it happened, so he can now actually sit down with his father and say, listen, this is what you have been doing, this cannot be right. This is his own son. And he came out with a post criticizing his father and said he's glad he can now sit down with him and discuss it. Yeah. I see the possibility of change, and this is not just a few people talking, a few people marching for a day or two. I think with even companies, the company that we are working for now, they have pledged £30 million towards this campaign. And I see a lot of other companies doing that, and that is the most important thing. Right. Look at people on the street walking up and down and not going in a particular shop. That is important, yes, but you need big corporations to back this thing.
All right, just two more questions. Going on from what you say, sure. It's going to take an enormous effort from everybody, talking about having people in black people in decision-making positions in sport, in business, in politics. This is going to take a long time, and it may just be that, everything goes back to normal.
I would hope it won't go back to normal. I'll hope that train will just keep on moving. And yes, I know it's going to take a long time. I am 66 years old. I may not see it myself. What I'm hoping for is future generations, that they will all have equality. My grandson, for instance, he's 6 years old. I hope that when he gets to be a man, that there will be nothing about black and white and brown and pink. It will just be human beings, that everybody gets an equal opportunity depending on their skills, not the color of their skin or their race or their ethnicity or their religion. That is what I'm hoping for. That's a big hope. But I'm hoping that we are moving in the right direction and eventually we'll get there. This thing has been going on for decades, for centuries, Mark, so I don't expect overnight change. But it has to start somewhere, and hopefully it will just keep on rolling a bit at a time, a bit at a time. You cannot change what is in people's heads overnight. As I said yesterday, a lot of it is not people thinking negatively. It is something that is just seeps in almost like osmosis into your mindset. That study that I related to with the preschools teachers who automatically look for the black kids to be misbehaving. They were embarrassed when they were told that's what they did, because it is not conscious. It is not something that they consciously think about. But when you live in a society and you live in that environment, you automatically get it into your head. The son of that bloodstock agent, he said that is what his father taught him. Yeah. That is not something that he was born with. Nobody is born with it. But if you don't have the people to teach it, and eventually it will just die away. As I said, I will be around to see it, but I'm hoping for future generations.
Well, look, one last thing, Michael. At the end of your impromptu speech, yesterday, you seemed visibly upset. How difficult was it emotionally? I mean, in the middle of a rain delay, at a cricket match, on live television?
To be honest, that emotional part came when I started thinking of my parents. And it's coming again now. Mark, I know what my parents went through.
All right, take your time, Michael. Take your time.
My mother's family stopped talking to her because her husband was too dark. I know what they went through, and that came back to me immediately.
All right, Michael. Well, look, extraordinary stuff yesterday, and thank you very much for being with us today. And as you say, it may be the moment. It may be the moment that things change, and you obviously hope so.
Well, it's going to be a slow process, Mark, but I hope, even if it's a baby step at a time, even snail's pace, but I'm hoping it will continue in the right direction. Even snail's pace, I don't care.
Okay.